The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, who's out there? Nobody. Yeah, last minute dash together here. Haven't got anything organised. And let's just get rid of the echo. It's putting me off talking. Okay. Actually end up stuttering. Looks like it's looking like it's ran up okay today. No problems. We'll see who joins us. Trying a different time slot. It should be 11 PM. Nearing lunchtime midnight in UK. And there might be a few people up in the weekend here. So it'll be there Saturday on to Sunday morning. USA, and there should be people up. So we'll see how we go. Everybody hates the Out There channel. So yeah, a few things got here that we can go over. Plus there'll be a lot more. We'll just have a look around. I see there's a lot more garbage coming out of third phase or fake, so we can have a look at those. I'll just type up side comments. Everything seems to be running too good. I'm just really suspicious. Computer seems faster than it normally is. Maybe the man in black will leave me alone because no one watches me anymore. Shogun, I don't know if he's been totally wiped out off Google or not, but all his comments keep vanishing. And Google probably won't do a thing to restore it all. Bit of a shame. He's like the regular person on the side now. And it looks like I talk to myself on the side now with all his comments removed. Kind of crazy. Yeah, hopefully that works without screwing up. Test. Yeah, still working alright. Yeah, people are saying they're not getting my notifications. The only way to fix that with YouTube is unsub and then resub again and tick all notifications. That happens to me too. It's like someone auto bans you so you don't get the notifications anymore. It's probably their secret bot that goes around destroying UFO channels. that are not making them any money, and that's me, because I don't make enough money for myself, but they do take 30% of the little bits I do make. It's a bit terrible how much they take. They tried to copy the greedy Apple company, but what choice have you got, really? Right, better top it. Today I just called this Sunday New Zealand UFO vid catch up, so it'll be Saturday for everybody else in the world because we're in the future. So I think Skywatch went alright last time. It's definitely getting warmer here now as we're moving further into spring, closer to summer. Let me just do a quick check. Let's see if it was all up and running. One camera is a bit slow there. Oh yeah, that's on Wi-Fi though, but if anyone's using a microwave it can actually slow it down. So yeah, it's all working nicely there, but you can see we got this big cloud cover in the gang this weekend, so it looks like we won't be doing Skywatching show this weekend, even though it's all now working. It's going to be pretty boring looking at clouds rolling by, unless it's time lapsed with some music. But yeah, there's a wee bit of blue cloud over there. That sun had broken through that, and it was nice and warm in here, and now it's gone and it's got freezing again. And we got that. I got a feeling that might have been some of the sealant dripped through a hole, something that was sealing up on the inside lens now. So that's there for life now until I crack it open again. But yeah, you can see there's not even birds flying around. So maybe there's a big storm coming, I don't know. Any birds out that way? It's looking nice out there that way, west. Normally when it's raining here, it's raining on the west coast. It's always raining over there. Yeah, I can't believe how nice it's looking on the cameras. So I've readjusted this one up higher, but it looks like it may have moved down slightly again. So we can see more of the sky, but it is meant to be for security, because we get a lot of yobs that accumulate around the corner here. And we have boy racers going up the road. Yeah, and I've angled this one down a wee bit as well for seeing the streets, but we should be able to see most planes if they're going south there, down Dunedin, if they're heading that way, or if we see them coming from this direction here, the dual lens camera, which is backwards, because that should be at the top, but there's no options to switch those two lenses around. Oh, look how dark it's suddenly got over that way. Won't be surprised if we get lightning during the show time. What's happening there? Hey, no. Thought we had someone on. No one's popped on yet. They don't normally expect me to do one now though, so I'll probably catch them all out. They probably were a game into 5 in the morning last night probably. The subs have been going up a wee bit unexpectedly actually. Rumble shot up a fair bit there. BitChute stalled again. YouTube dropped almost back below again, 30, but now we've got it back up to 26, 36. They keep trying to make it hard for me to try and progress this channel on. So I suppose we should kick off the what have we got in the browser tabs here. Let me just refresh. I know we got the Faraday cage stuff still. Let's kick off with some UFO stuff. Dunnan, jet engine, Chris Lehto. Yeah. Alright. There's a wee bit to do there. So, kick it off on this one here, the so-called Japanese story. So, this is a story that the UFO frauds and knobs out there keep repeating on TV shows and on the YouTube channels about this, what do you call it, UFO-shaped craft washing up on the beach, and inside was a girl that talked a foreign tongue. Yeah. So I looked at that and thought, hang on, that looks very familiar to me. Like that would be something that a boat would be designed like, with a canopy over top to keep the rain out. Could someone have built a raft after being shipwrecked and drifted upon the Japanese shoreline instead? So, if you look into this story though, it does seem to be that way. There are boats built like that. Like this here. It's called a corral. Made out of reeds, been around for thousands of years. And you can find reeds everywhere on the planet, like Egypt, where you can cut them down, weave up a boat that floats in the water. But these couldn't find one that had a canopy. Doesn't mean that someone didn't actually build a larger one for more people to be inside. Maybe 2 or 3 people, which would have a canopy. And I think if you look at lifeboats today, they're actually designed around that idea. So that would kind of look like a strange craft, especially if they decorated it on the outside and it had air vents and whatnot. Let's have a look. Lifeboats are like that now, aren't they? Lifeboats. Inflatables, right? Images. There we go. A UFO. What do you reckon? Taking the reed boat to modern times. So I think it's very possible. That's where the story evolved from. So if someone was caught in a river flood and thrown out to sea, they might have drifted from their country around Japan. And if you have a look on the map around Japan, sort of Asian countries, maps. Why is it not coming up? Okay. So I wonder how the sea currents go. We'll probably need a sea current map. So it could have been someone from Korea, Taiwan even. Who knows? What's that region there? China? So it could be from China. Philippines even. It's a fair distance though, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Let's see. Let's have a look at the current map. World currents. Oh. Yeah, here's a good one. Let's see how it works. Can we get a big picture of it? Don't be stupid. And you got a stupid little picture. There we go, that's better. So you can see how the currents work. Now you're talking about, they talk about climate change and all that, right? So New Zealand's got 2 currents. Got Japan up here. So what I was saying, Philippines, looks like the currents would naturally go off towards that direction. Hong Kong as well. And UK and America sort of linked there with the sea currents, hot currents. There we go. So this was on The Proof Is Out There recent episode. That's why I bring it up. And I thought, oh no, they got some shoe on there. What was his name? George Haas or something. Oh, what's that beep from? Jasper. Where did that come from? Telegram. Looks like it. He's still, Jasper's posting around Trump news. I don't really care. So a charade. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it with Trump. It's unfortunate. That's probably why he hasn't joined us on YouTube here on the show, because he's right about politics. Unfortunately, I don't agree with his side of the politics, and I believe that he follows all the lies. And I don't care what he has to say about Trump, because all the references he makes are from mainstream media, and you don't follow mainstream media if you want the truth. You certainly don't listen to politics anyway. You just have to look at all the things that have been caught out so far with, and all the millions of dollars they've wasted trying to get Trump. It's just ridiculous. It really is. So yeah, it's called a coracle, that thing. And you can Google it and look it up. So yeah, this guy here, if me, fraud George Haas on Proof Is Out There, Mars, anomalies, and pareidolia, king of rocks. 20 plus years researching what? Ufology is toast. So, yeah. There's a link there to it. I just get sad when I see all these shills being used on TV shows that meant to be debunking stuff, you know. I don't understand why they would have really dodgy people giving them airtime and actually producing more fans for them. So we got Mr. Haas. A has-been. Let's click that open, see what they say here. Normally it's quite funny. So it's just some of his pictures on Mars, is it? It's a UFO! No, it's a rock. Let's see. Lunar anomalies. Just as with the loonies who constantly combine in all images from planet Mars for Coman, all images from planet Mars for anomalies that NASA has tried to cover up. So many of the same people use low resolution 40-year-old images of the moon to make the same daft accusations. They show little to no interest in the enormous library of high-definition images still pouring in from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. LRO's wide-angle camera has now covered the entire moon at 77-meter resolution. So it's still orbiting and collecting data, is it? I guess until it burns up, burns out, I mean. All the electronics die. If it's anything like Chinese-made cameras, it's probably only got a limited life. These images are mostly ignored by the loonies because they're too good and don't leave any room for doubt, especially seeing the landing site with rover tracks. So there's the list of loonies. Mike Barra, Richard Hoagland, Escamilla, Keith Laney, George Haas, Brent Colin Shepherd, David Icke, and UFO Digest. I'm sure there's a bit more on that list. Anomalies, the Soid 3 Dome, the Tower and the Shard, the Castle, the Paperclip, the Spa, the Satellite Dishes, the Robot Head, the Sugarat, Apollo 20 crash site, the giant alien casting a long shadow. So we've been through all these at least 10 times now over the years of 8 years of doing this. Still hasn't sunken into people. So it looks like we had a drop by here, hit a like and dashed off again. People just don't want to join Lehto. So Mike Barra, who was for many years the shadow of his former co-author Richard Hoagland, must now be given the accolade of Chief Lunar Anomaly Looney since 2012. He wrote Ancient Mars on the Moon. Mike was also the curator of the website lunaranomalies.com until it was hacked by Japanese porn merchants. The Lunar Anomalies blog was last updated 11th August 2009. What happened to Escamilla? The late Jossie Escamilla was an ignorant and bad-tempered jerk who made silly videos. The videos have only one virtual, excellent incidental music. The content is garbage. The two that have to do with lunar anomalies are Moon Rising and Celestial. So where did he disappear to? Made his millions and decided to get the hell out of Dodge. He was meant to be having all these other video movie projects on Skyfish, wasn't it? Undersea Skyfish and Skyfish at 10,000 feet or more. I don't know, maybe higher. Skydiving. Although I was hooked on the rods to start with. I know we can get those on security cameras quite easily on low camera settings, right? The low shutter speed and exposure rates. But I saw one with my own eyes one day I was looking out the window towards the sun, and I saw this long skinny thing come down. It was like a jellyfish. It was like a foot long, and it had the ripple thing going around the sides, and it was moving quite fast, and it sort of bent its body and glided over the roof. And I thought, holy shit, that just looked like the rods the guy was promoting. And I thought he was all full of shit, because everybody was telling me he was. And I thought also, after seeing some of his moon crap ones with the domes, where it's just like an optical illusion, that this guy was a con man. But I still 50-50 on the skyfish, whether it's something that looks similar to what you see in the videos with the little fins around the side. I've only seen one though, and it was before my eyes went bad. So you always got to have an open mind in this field. So it's not black and white, but it's somewhere in between, right? So seeing something once, there's not enough proof, right? It's like the crazy alien visit I got. I've only had it once at night time. I want it to happen during the daytime. But even at night time would be fairly good, as long as maybe I was still awake at night time instead of half asleep. Then I could verify it's not some sort of wacky out of body state, mental dream or whatever. But yeah, still fresh in my mind, and I don't think it was a dream, because I don't have fresh dreams in my head all the time, but that one stuck in my head. So it wasn't anything like I've experienced before. Plus I had that crazy thing with my back pain disappearing and the thing on the back bleeding all the time. So anyway, you can go and watch old episodes on that. Unless something new happens, I will let you know. But yeah, skeptic getting visited by aliens. How dare they? So here's George Haas. Don't know if I got the picture of him. I didn't actually snap a picture of him. George Haas is a sculptor. So he's not even a scientist, right? A lot of these people are not. They got no qualifications, 0, 0, 0. But Hoagland, you'd expect to be a scientist, because he was ex-NASA, wasn't he? Don't know if it says that there, is it? Really, but yeah, artist, someone that sculptures, is now a Mars anomaly expert. Doesn't sort of wash with me though. I know we need all sorts of people, but we're multi-talented too. Music, arts, computer science, general science, mathematics, physics, blah blah blah, and out of the box thinking, of course. Always question everything you're being fed as truth, even in science, because a lot of it's now hijacked. George might more accurately have called his fake organization the Pareidolia Institute, not the Sidonia Institute. Sing. He spends his days looking over JPL images, and every so often declares that he's discovered a parrot. Sounds a bit like Scott C. Warren, doesn't it? A roadrunner, a howler monkey, a helmet, or a devil face. You know, if you ever seen UFOtheater's episode on Mars anomalies, it is hilarious and he emanates everything. So, you know, I've played that probably 10 times also over the years. But if you look for it. He's on the movie database. You better find it from that. I'm also on the movie database too. It's a way to get around some of the Google censorship. So Mars anomalies. Let's see if we can find them since I brought it up. UFO theater. Don't see him anymore. He decided UFO field was too much toasted. That there's no saving it. So there we go. UFO theater movie database. See, not YouTube, but movie database. You see how much YouTube censors everything. And yeah, I put in Mars anomalies, and they've actually got a video called that. Hasn't come up, right? Shows you how much everything's censored online. It's a really good thing too. But they don't watch it. They think, oh yeah, this guy's promoting anomalies on Mars. It's got to be a shill fake. Unless they're making lots of money out of them, which they're not. So it probably doesn't. He doesn't get the switch flip, where he actually gets searchable. You got to be someone like Blake Cousins, I guess. Third phase of fake, and Tyler Klockner, king of leaker fakes, and not admitting to it. So yeah, it didn't come up, did it? Maybe we can do it through the movie database. Videos. Can't see it. It's all the other garbage they promote first, right? All these TV shows which don't give you the right answers at all. And they do very poor research compared to people like me on YouTube. Yeah, not there. Maybe if I join his name together there. It should be joined together, but did it wrong. Still hasn't come up, has it? No. It's always good to do a recheck on things to see how it's going. There's only 3 pages here. You should be in it. Maybe they deleted them. Wouldn't be surprised if he's not reading their messages. Come December, if you're not logged into your YouTube account, it'll be deleted. That's what they're threatening. Let's try that. Now, look, wants to theatre. Let's put it around the other way, is it? I think it is. With the ER that way. Looks like pollen is back. Nah. Don't tell to delete this channel because his stuff is really good. Okay, all going. Alright, let's go there then. Let's see, has he got listed a link to this thing? Where's the episodes? Episodes. Mars Anomalies, there it is. Oh, Mars Madness. Does that take us there? Alright. Mars Madness. Let's see if it comes up. He should change it so it's searchable anomalies if that's the case. Hilarious Mars Madness. Oh, here's a come up. Doing it that way. UFOtheater. Try one more. There we go. Is that the one? He's got his own website still. That's good. At least that's come up. Alright. Maybe we found it. Should play a wee bit of a clip on it. Just for a bit of a laugh, I guess, and a reminder. And it's got some music.
For days to reach the surface of Mars and send us back photographs of stunning clarity. It has been a magnificently successful mission that is even people are fascinated with this cottage industry of fake UFO videos on YouTube. We now have the emerging business of badly interpreting Mars images. People making outrageous claims about things they've found on the red planet. And let's be clear, they're not saying they saw a rock that looks like something. They're stating that they actually found a crocodile, a frog fossil, a dinosaur egg, and President Obama's head.
That entire analysis is bogus and is wrong.
These jokers are trying to get views and make some YouTube advertising money by exploiting the phenomenon of pareidolia, perceiving a vague and random image as having meaning. Just as you see clouds making recognizable shapes, they're trying to convince you they found a tank. In a few cases, they are purposely misrepresenting images like this mystery object, which is in reality an out-of-focus part of the Curiosity probe stitched into a panorama. And this gear that is simply an imprint of a Phillips head screw from the probe. So, as long as people continue to be duped by misleading headlines, I guess these idiots will keep telling us about dinosaur fossils, humanoid faces, and alien corpses.
Corpse? I'm not dead.
Potato.
Finally, something happened around here. This place has been dead for so long.
You don't have to tell me, man. I've been looking at the same patch of sky for 2 millennia.
What?
It's been nice and quiet. Too much noise is bad.
Shut up! We need more organic matter on this dirtball.
What?
Yeah, you get it. It gets a bit more funny. But, yeah. It's a good reminder of some of the humour there on Mars anomalies, rocks, looking like things. Yeah, UFOtheater. He needs to do more. He's got a few more funny ones there. Some on third phase, some on security as well. Checking them out. Mars anomalies. So we found him, and it's in a tricky way. So we're talking about this Michael Haas guy, George Haas, I mean. So he discovered a roadrunner. That's interesting. I wonder if we can find that one. Road Runner. Haas, George. See what comes up. Don't remember seeing the Road Runner one. Yeah. The old classic Road Runner. Google will probably be suppressing that one, or it's finally got off the thing. It's not coming up. Yeah, so what do we got? We've got a Road Runner there. It looks like a real one. It does blend in with the background. Mars Pathfinder. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one. So where it's lurking on the web, I don't know. Would have been good for a bit of a laugh. What's that? Could be that one. Exploration. Road Runner Flats. Well, there you go. That's why there's a Road Runner there. What are some ones? You got Parrot. I don't think I've seen the Parrot. Howling Monkey. That should be a good one. Okay, there's a monkey. Looks like they make a lot of noise. But not coming up with Mars. Let's try anomalies, maybe. Ah, here we go. We found it. So, how a monkey on Mars, huh? Just the right amount of shadow in it. Can we get a better image of that? Who's promoting it? News Nation. So they have been around for a wee while then. Now they're promoting David Grusch, which we're going to talk about him again today. Is it from George Haas, this one? Yeah, look, Scott C. Warren. So you can see it's just a shadow play. You can see that's part of the rock going around the corner here, but that fits with the head, right? You can see it's just pareidolia. And if you lighten up the image, you're probably bound to see how it fits together. Edge of the rock going this way. And it's casting a shadow of light this way. So it looks like the sun's this way. It's casting a shadow going this way. Look, you can see the shadow coming down this way. It's kind of clever though that the human brain does see other things, because that's what we're programmed to do, you know, hunters. Scott C. Warren is a joke, man. What site's that on? So I wonder if we can find the Road Runner now. I didn't think about putting anomalies on the end. Give us the Road Runner. Ah, we may have found it. It looks like a cobra snake. See, the rocks on Mars, as we found out, are very special crystallized rocks, and you know, from meteorites and stuff. Oh look, it looks like a spine. But it's drawing on the screen, I think, is it? Mars anomalies, here we go. Where's the Roadrunner? Is that it? Doesn't look like a Roadrunner. Helicopter lands. Of course, they did call that location on Mars Roadrunner. I can't see anything popping out there for the Roadrunner. Like I said, I haven't seen the Roadrunner one. But we've been through this a million times already. Michael King's finally woken up. I suppose you're up at 5 AM, were you? So you're the first one to pop your face on the side. How's it going, mate? Staying well. Be getting cold in Scotland now, wouldn't it? I was starting to head that way, and now it's starting to warm up in New Zealand. Paul will be happy and you'll be miserable. I like the temperature, but once it gets up to 36 Celsius, that's getting it up there. You know? As long as you've got an aircon, beer, a nice cold beer, and aircon, beer, and ice, we should be right. Didn't get a notification. Yeah, I was just talking about that because that's what it looked like when I launched today. They took out Shogun. All his comments have vanished, and if he tries to comment to me on YouTube, we don't get to see him even. But if you unsubscribe and resubscribe and hit tick the bell with all notifications, you should start getting back again. It's like you're being their bot unsubscribes you silently, but it's nothing to do with what I'm doing anyway. I can't even get Shogun's comments back. I don't have control over my own channel on the side chat or anything. They're power onto themselves, Google. Didn't get notifications. Nice. Yes, how's it going? Nice sunrise catching the show. Yeah, I showed you on the cameras outside. It looked really nice, but then the big clouds were there, and it's getting a wee bit cold now. Yeah, I tried the last time, still didn't work. Okay. Well, that's why I do send it on Discord, and I do post it on Twitter, and also I posted it on pilled.net. So I'm on there now, but I've broken their system. My videos were too long, my live shows are too long, and it was processing for 12 hours and it still didn't complete. But I think they got something major wrong with the coding. I did particularly like how they do it. It's not like a normal video site. It's more like Twitter, if anything. And Twitter is pretty doggy with the videos as well. And then you have to pay to upload anything over 2 minutes anyway. So yeah, I just haven't got anything planned, but I'm just going through some of the tabs I got here and we ended up talking about Mars anomalies again. And this person here, once you go back and watch it, George Haas is being promoted on Proof Is Out There. They put on all these crazy shills that talk nonsense, and then they bring in the experts to debunk. And then some of them do okay, and some of them do pretty bad at debunking. So I was just trying to find which ones are still online, because I've never seen the Parrot and I haven't seen the Roadrunner. We just looked at the Howler Monkey, the helmet one we're seeing, and the Devil's Face, little Devil's Face. That one will be interesting. So these people that look for pareidolia, that's a laugh, right? Devil's face. And no, none of those. Don't see that being a devil. Lova Mars. Nice rocks. Daily Express promoting that garbage. Fortunately, my eyes are getting worse, I think. My days might be numbered doing live shows here. And I haven't heard from the hospital. I sent them an email. Hopefully we'll hear back Monday saying why haven't I been booked in by now. Because I'm off the immune pills now, so that means my eyes can get debris in it going, which will stop them doing an operation. And it'll be another 3 years before we know it. And I'll be totally blind. Because they won't operate if my body's attacking the scar tissue, right? Maybe I need to get the aliens to come back. So I didn't see the devil's face pop up. Mars face, which is garbage. Devil's face, no. See, a lot of these ones they talk about obviously didn't last very long on the web, especially not on Google anyway. So yeah, and Shepherd is the artist. So another one that's an artist and not a scientist. Was intrigued by the topic after seeing an image used in Ingo Swan's remote viewing project. Oh my god. In 2016, Shepherd came across Ken Johnson, who we exposed really badly, is photoshopping stuff, right? And his collection of Apollo photos, which weren't hidden by NASA. They're quite available, searchable on the internet. Since these prints claim to show anomalies that cannot be seen in NASA online collection nonsense, they were of great interest. Shepherd and his partner, yeah, it depends how much they Photoshop it, of course. David Icke, oh god. Who likes David Icke out there? Well, he got pretty rich off all that alien reptile nonsense. Another lunatic who believes he is the son of God, does he? Oh my god. And the earth is ruled by lizards. Well, if Hillary Clinton is one, it might be partly true. He devotes his energies to giving talks about reptilians, alien hybrids, doomsday, spotting moon anomalies. He's also part-time prophet. Crank magnetism, all the best at its best. Crank magnetism, what's that? Let's click on that. Crank magnetism is a condition where people become attracted to multiple crank ideas at the same time. There's plenty of those in ufology, even for otherwise lone issue cranks. Well, there you go. Always learning something new in this. But yeah, enough of moon anomalies, I suppose. So that was that one. We were talking about the Japanese so-called UFO, which I believe was a reed boat with a lid on top. Maybe someone was shipwrecked, I said, and drifted out to sea to try and get off it, and ended up in Japan. And it ended up being a UFO story. a foreigner talking strange lingo, but they said it took off into the sky. I think maybe it was just like creative license going on there. Pretty small UFO if you ask me, one person in it. Could have been a space capsule, right, from the future. But they didn't say they were wearing strange clothes, though. Anyway, it's just one of those UFO folklore stories that we've covered many, many times. So this is another thing on Proof is out there. Last night this was put up. From Steven Greenstreets. I'm not sure if he's testing out Mick West or the TV show itself and hoax something. But you never know with Greenstreets. He's got that little smirky grin on his face. So you probably haven't seen the latest episode on TV or on the web. But it's meant to show this thing in the sky. Why won't it click open further? Have they changed it again? Normally you could zoom right into it. This thing here looks like what I believe is 3 balloons tied together. Mick West came up with this strange idea that it was a vertical drone. You know, a bit like a helicopter with blades going opposite directions. A heli RC toy. I think not, because you can see here, even though there may be some rolling shutter movement here, that it sort of bends up at the bottom there, which I don't think a vertical drone would do, unless it's a really strange modified one. And that one there, can't see anything in that one. So they're actually playing 3 different videos side by side, which is a bad idea. But they also, so I tried to enhance it to see it a bit better. You see it's pretty crappy. I didn't have the highest quality source like they would have done. But when you enhance it, you can see it kind of looks like balloon, balloon, and balloon. So I sent it to Mick. I don't think he's replied. I said, "Are you sure about this?" And I said here, fourth one might be rolling shutter, but still some funny angles at various frames. Looks very sphere 3 years, and surely he would have heard blades. I think Steve is testing Mick and Proof show. Where's the other comments disappeared? I really hate the comment tree on Twitter. They need to fix it up. Here we go. So Mick West on the show said it was, oh yeah, there's another image that they didn't show as a video. Maybe it was snapshots. Now vertical drones are not going to go horizontal like that, is it? But balloons are in a wind, especially if they're tied to a bit of fishing line and you can't see the fishing line. It's got to be a hoax that Steve set up just to test out the show and get his face on TV. That's what hoaxes do. Yeah, so I found this one here, you know, about the sphere drones. I'll just play a clip of it here. It's homemade built, obviously. Presto, we have liftoff. Now that's a really high pitched sound. If that was in the sky, like 100 feet up, you'd hear that, I think, whizzing around in the wind. Especially 3 of them. So I found that one. And Mick said it was this. And I say bollocks. Paul disagreeing. Coaxial drone. As far as I know, none of them have horizontal control like the image. Look how much noise that makes. I'm pretty sure Steven Greenstreets would have heard that. And it's not that long, although you could design any type of shape. I guess you could build it out of balloons and stick a rotor on top, right? So I suppose he's not wrong, but he's not right either. Anyway, go and check it out. What episode was that on? 19, I think it is. Latest season, 19 or something. So, yeah. Prayers to me. I'm not sure if God is worried about me. I think God will be laughing when I die, you know. What's that? Depreca mode? Precia mode? How'd you say their name? Let's see. What they call it? Coaxial drone. Or 3 balloons, which to me is Oskin's razor there. Whether that was cut out of the show, maybe Mick made a list up. These are the possibilities and just went with one of them. I don't know. That's why I asked him about it. But it just proves that then Mick's not always correct if that was his final answer there, because obviously he would have had better quality. And I just took mine from a poor quality TV frame, but he probably would have got the whole source file of Steven Greenstreets. The body language, yeah, that's quite good. But we've probably got some other stuff we should lead up to. So much nonsense online. So yeah, Mick's still on about the glare. Although he did actually do a good explanation here that the glare and the angle. So I'll just play a clip of it.
There are several UFO videos that were shot with thermal cameras that look like they are showing infrared glare. I've described this as what would happen if you looked up the tailpipe of a jet engine, and I've often illustrated it by pointing a flashlight at the camera to show how the glare, the spillover light or radiation, obscures the flashlight. The flashlight...
I don't know why he's telling Lou the shill, because he doesn't give a shit what Mick's going to have to say. You can see he's thinking of something else at the moment. I could eat a bacon sandwich right now.
analogy raises questions, specifically to do with the angle between the jet exhaust and the camera. Why do we still see a large glare when...
He likes his mathematics and his little programs. So what was that name of the program there? He added it onto his website, didn't he? What's it called now? Strack something rather. I think it's run on a web page there, isn't it? What's it say there at the top there? Local host. Can't quite read what it's saying there. Some sort of software he's got running on a web page anyway. But he's all Macintosh stuff, isn't he? Apple products.
When the exhaust isn't pointing directly at us. And why doesn't the glare get smaller as the angle increases? In the Chilean Navy case, we've tracked down the actual plane and its exact track, and we know for sure we're looking at 4 large jet engines on an A340. The large area around them is glare. The glare is quite large. If we stick an F-18, which has 2 hotter engines, in the locations of one of the A340 engines, then we see the glare is much larger than the small jet. But with the Chilean case, we first see massive thermal glares around the engines of the A340.
Okay, so this case has been always promoted on TV shows as a UFO leaving a contrail. Nonsense, right? We all knew it had to be some sort of man-made object, like a plane producing it. And they're still talking about it as being a UFO nowadays. It's just nonsense. because they didn't bother looking on flight radar, long range radar. They just took it from their helicopter's radar that it was nothing locally to them. When again, it's optical illusion of the distance of something, right? On thermal image.
When it's 25 degrees from the camera and 40 miles away. And then, as the tail angle rapidly decreases, so the engine is pointing directly at us, we don't see the glare get any bigger. Why is that? In the case of the gimbal UFO, the black shape looks like a rotating infrared glare, possibly obscuring a distant jet engine pointing its tail at the camera. But people who disagree point out that in 3D reconstructions, the angle between the exhaust and the camera is quite large and varies a bit, but we don't see a correlating change in the glare size. The problem here is that a jet engine's heat output isn't really like a flashlight. A flashlight has a directional beam because the light is collimated, i.e. it's collected and directed in a particular direction. Older flashlights with bulbs use a parabolic mirror with the bulb at the focal point. Newer LED flashlights use a lens. The end result is the same. The light from the flashlight is narrowly focused in one direction. You see this here when I tilt the flashlight down. There's a narrow central bright beam. Pointing this beam at a camera results in a big glare that nearly covers the whole image. And all I have to do is rotate the flashlight 5 degrees and the size of the glare is vastly reduced. But jet engines don't have a lens or a parabolic mirror. The back end of a jet engine is essentially just a tube, and a short way down that tube is the red hot metal of the jet turbine. You can see that hot metal from a fairly wide range of angles. We can simulate this with our flashlight by removing the lens. Now we've just got a tube, and we see that the light spreads out evenly in a cone with no central beam. If we point this at our camera, we still get a large glare. This is smaller than before, but still a lot bigger than the flashlight. The big difference now is that when we rotate the flashlight, our simulated jet engine, the size of the glare remains constant for about 30 degrees, and only then it drops to almost nothing in just a few more degrees. So this explains how we can have a glare size in gimbal that starts out large, 25 degrees, and does not change much with decreasing tail angle. It also matches the Chilean video, where the glare is first noticed at around 30 degrees, and stays about the same all the way down to about 3 degrees. It also helps explain the Tic Tac as a distant jet. At the start of the video, the tail angle of the object is around 20 degrees. And in the infrared, we see only a large glare obscuring the jet.
So even though that was a good explanation and demonstration there of the glare, how it affects when you see it. How did that jet outrun another jet is my question right here. So I think Mick still might be wrong about the Tic Tac one. I think David Fravor is very honest. What he saw, but doesn't mean it's aliens though, does it? But he definitely saw something, and that's pretty honest, and we do the body language guys and they think so too. But if that was another plane or another jet fighter they're chasing in military battle simulation zone, right? That means they got some better aircraft jets out there than the F-18, F-22 and all that sort of stuff than the Americans have got. They can outrun them, and they should be a bit worried in that case. So how did that Tic Tac manage to get away? Is it an airplane that can fly into the sea and disappear? But still, it would have had to dive, and they could have chased it. But it went faster than they could go at maximum speed, right? Even though it moved off slowly on the video, even though they did prove it was moving off slowly on the video, and it only looked like it was going faster at the end. With their eyes, they said it took off and then disappeared, right? So you know, maybe the other ones, the go fast, is possibly a Chinese spy balloon moving at 40 miles per hour or whatever, 40 knots, wasn't it? But this Tic Tac one, I think there's just too much other eyewitness accounts of it, and that one actually might be a real UFO, but we got shit video. So I'll just post a link to that if you want to go watch the rest of it. We got to the end really, but yeah, it's just going on a wee bit more about it. But as soon as he says there's another jet on that one, I just had to make a comment and end it. I don't always agree with Mick, as you see. Mick glare again. So there's a lot of debate on Twitter and people at him about the glare again. I'm not sure if you follow it all the drama. So just get rid of that. Keep on moving to the next good stuff. This guy is just terrible. Oh, Lehto. Why is he in this field? He's bringing up the Turkey video one again, which I've proven 100% that it's a inside lens extender ring that wobbles around so the optics can just clip the edge of the where it joins on there in the telephoto, and he aims it at a light source, which is the moon, because he has to illuminate inside of the lens there on an angle to be able to get the effect to work. And he did it over 3 years, right? Same camera, makeup. You can have UFOs galore and UFO craft show up because you can zoom in. So he aims it at the moon first, and then he zooms in, and obviously it's going to zoom in, and then he bends the lens. You bend the lens at the right time. It looks like he's zooming into a craft in the sky that only when he starts zooming in. So I'll just play a bit of this show that's promoting the garbage again, and Lehto claiming that he's analysed it and there's no way it's internal lens. Got to remember, I've been doing this for 8+ years, every day pretty much, looking at UFO stuff. He's a newbie in the game. He's got a lot to learn. I got fooled on it 8 years ago too, but we keep revisiting things and we get more information that we didn't know about. Photographs of their cameras and inside the cameras, and then it all comes together. Right, that's what's going on. I probably should do another recap show, I suppose. I don't know. Because over the years the technology I use gets better, and the screen capturing and all that. So I'll just play a clip
and
here.
then actually zoom out.
So they played the video first. Yeah, so we'll just play this bit here under fair use, and I'll post the link to the side if you want to listen to the stupid interview. But anyway, so what he does is this hoaxer guy with the modded telephoto lens always aims at a light source, and in this case a full moon.
Yes, yeah, there's so much footage. You know, normally there's not much footage of UAP videos, UFO.
And you can see how it's suddenly cut from looking at the moon to inside the lens, right?
Videos, and this is the opposite. You know,
now you can see there's a rim going here, and it's cropped off really funny, right? There's also other videos that has little strange holes further around, which don't make any sense whatsoever. And these aliens would have to be like 40 foot tall if you scaled it up and do the measurements, right?
3 years of footage, essentially, 2007, 2008, and 2009.
So these are little pinhead clips in there. You can see how blurry it looks, but people try to do enhancements on it, and it looks like little black eyes on pinheads, but they're just pinheads. These are like little clips, so when you clip the lens together, like the telephone motor has a thing that goes around the outside, I think, and it clips into those, and it allows you to change the lens inside the extender lens. But because they've got different mismatched brands, the holes are in different locations. I wonder how he stumbled across it. It's quite a good way to hoax something, and it had still fooling these people today.
Right. And this one's just amazing here. A lot of people say that you can actually see the...
Why is it wobbling around so much? Because it's wobbling the lens.
Looks like gray aliens, piloting the ship there, or at least there's something.
So where's the moon and the craft in the same photograph, Lehto?
Some sort of humanoid figures there.
Yeah.
See?
But what I'll do for the people watching and listening is I'll pop a link in the description, because there is a dedicated YouTube channel where all of the sort of footage and everything is, and then people can go and check
Well, you should be watching my channel, then you get the right answers.
it all out. But we've spoken about it before on this show, that people still think that it's been debunked and that it's a cruise ship and things like that. Can you
Not a cruise ship, no. That's just disinformation.
just remind us how you kind of figured out that that's not the case?
Yeah.
I went and watched the Out There channel.
Well, first, there's so many videos, so that really helps, right? It's just...
Alright, so there's so many videos of all different things. High mast lights, full moon even, wind farm lights on Fata Morgana effect, all sorts of things people filmed, and planes, of course.
That adds way more context. There's way more to analyze. If we just have like the gimbal video, for instance, we have one video, it's 32 seconds.
Why is that? Because they don't have HD cameras on their camera pods, oddly. Maybe because the government's hiding something and doesn't want to release the full footage and the radar data.
I believe, and that's it. Right, but this we have, dozens of minutes. Almost I don't know the total amount, but you're talking 30 minutes of footage, 40 minutes of footage from.
Well, if you're going to fake something, you can do as much as you want to.
Different times, different years, and probably the strongest evidence is kind of what you showed there. That clip is where the moon is, and he actually he has the moon in the shot, and then he will.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the moon and the craft in the same shot.
Zoom in onto the object, right, and then actually zoom out and then back into the moon, onto the moon, and.
You're so easily fooled, Lehto.
When I analyzed the video based on the time and date that's on that video there in 2008, I think that was the May video.
Yeah.
It matches, the moon phase is correct, and it matches how high above the horizon it is. And so I don't know how you would fake that. It can't be a cruise.
Watch my channel. Because it's not a cruise ship and it's internal lens. Easy to do.
Ship if it's 7 degrees above the horizon. It's
Right.
it's just not possible. If it's that close to the moon, and the moon is 12 degrees above the horizon, then it simply just can't be a cruise ship. So that rules out that whole the whole cruise ship argument. And then it can't be a lens element, from what I understand.
Wrong.
Is how does it stay in the same place in the sky, and he's able to zoom in and zoom back out?
But he doesn't. You don't see him zooming away from the moon to the craft. What the hell is this guy talking about? We just watched it.
If it's an actual lens element, then it should, for my, I guess, basic understanding, it should be, stable in the frame, right? Yeah. So wherever
Your understanding is not enough, mate. You need to keep learning.
Wherever he looks, the lens element should go with him, or at least I can't understand how it would be faked at that instance.
Well, he needs to watch me and come and talk to me. It's the only way he's going to learn. I'm not sure what qualifications he's got, but he's obviously got military degrees, right, as a pilot. Maybe he's got what's his name? Travis Taylor's optical master's degree, or was it PhD? We know how great he is.
So for that reason, I just thought it was the most compelling video and the clearest video, I believe.
Yes, so did I 8 years ago, but we've progressed on since then, and feel embarrassed that we got conned by it, and he's going to feel embarrassed. And this guy here is promoting Dr. Greer as legit as well. This shows you how out of touch he is with the real UFO stuff
That we have, that I know about anyway. And so I just happened to know Turkish randomly. I did an exchange with...
Hey, I got 2 Turkish professors as friends because they used to rent the top of our house out in the old place. And they're over here visiting us at the moment in New Zealand again, doing some work for the government and in the universities. One's actually a professor of DNA, of all things, and the other one's a professor of economics. And they're a married couple with twin boys. I got the boys over. So yeah. So, and they talk pretty good English. But yeah, I'll just post a link to that if you want to go and listen to the rest of that garbage. But yeah, Turkey video, not since Lehto. Just annoys me that it's just more noise in the system, and all you have to do is go to my site and dig up some of the old videos. Just do search on Turkey. Chris Lehto's a Turkey. Anyone that thinks he's great is delusional. And I've got some shorts even, right? So this guy next to this guy, I can't remember who this guy's name was, is a well-known hoaxer from South America. But yeah, if you click on those, then you can click at the bottom of them. Inside. You can't do it with the search way, but if you do it as a short way, down at the short, it's got an extra overlay. But I normally paste the link in a comment or the description or both. There, how to solve it there is the full video. But yeah, it's a lens extender. I've been over this a million times already. I found one off the similar model. I mean similar brand, but I couldn't find the actual model. And you can see these have little holes, and some of them have these little pins in them to clip into the lens. So we needed the insert that went inside. We only found the one that goes on the outside of the lens, not the one that clips in the inside of the lens. So when you start lining it up, so I've taken the inside of the lens here to show you the hole, and once you start lining it up in the thing with black plastic, as we saw in the picture, so all the holes start lining up. And these guys here with the camera inside with black plastic, as we saw in the picture. Part 2, because you can only do a minute. So this guy here, so he's got this lens extender that clips on to the handy cam at that time. What's it say there? Canon. I thought it was a Panasonic, but Canon, with a Sony thing. So it's got mismatched parts, right? You're meant to use a Canon lens extender on a Canon Handycam, and then it doesn't have the holes in the wrong place, and it doesn't wobble around. But yeah, I'm not sure who these guys' names were. What was it? Yolkin Yeoman, and what was the other guy's name? Anyway, Plex was the one that brought that one up. He said, oh, that guy that's with him is a known hoaxer. But yeah, Plex is not around. Ask him again what the name was. Might better find it on Discord. But I don't think it's worth worrying about anyway. There's another one. Clip 3 from the same live show. Like the edge is there. Is it a clip or is that the full one? Oh no, clip 1. So there's the lens extender, but you can see here we need the bit inside that fits inside here, which is obviously going to be where the hole is. And you can see it has little pins hanging down. And it's got holes that go all around, because that's how it keeps the lens solid on the front without having to use screws. It's like a twist-on thing. So what I do is I cut out the inside here, because I can't find the bit that goes inside there, and I line it up, and you can start to see little holes here, lines up with that, and that hole lines up with that. And you can see this one doesn't have a hole there, but it has some other squiggly bits that you see in this. So it's got little squiggly bits here. Totally debunked anyway. Sick of talking about that one. But yeah, it had to be brought up again because Lehto is bringing old stuff back to the foreground again. Let's see. But yeah, that's probably one of the better ones. I should have given a link to it. That one there. No matter what I do, I don't have enough people watching me, so the knowledge can't be passed on. That's the only problem. Thanks to Google suppressing my channel. So enough of that one. I wonder if my comment's still there. It's probably ghosted. Yeah, it probably disappeared, is it? Can't see it there. Can't have a naysayer telling the truth on there. Our newest. Am I there? Anywhere there? I've been deleted. Creeps her out. I didn't see my comment. Maybe it's one in here. Sometimes the replies. You won't learn much then. I appreciate Chris Lehto's work, and I said you won't learn much then. Well, I'll be okay because I follow your channel too. So why are you following Chris Lehto? Because he's garbage. I'm no pilot, but have degrees in tech and science. There was one guy here, but it looks like we may have got silenced. I don't know. There was another guy I replied to. But yeah, I don't see the other comment where I'm explaining it. So it looks like I've been nobbled. The comments got deleted. That's what happens on these places. They don't want someone actually telling them what it is, because it's no good for money making. What's Black Vault up to? Next thing, danger of false accusations about what happened to David Grusch. So, you know, the medical leak thing that went down. But, you know, what did I say here? Let's see if my comment's still there. My comment's still there. So apparently, that stupid person from what's it? Congress. What's his name? The guy that shows up on Third Phase of the Moon. Has reached out to anomalies to find out who leaked the David Grusch files. You know, you don't have someone that works inside government asking a hacker group to find out who is the leaker. Fake news in UFO field sucks. Thanks for what you do, I said here to the Black Vault. Because someone has to go through all those boring FOIA requests and reading that horrible font and all the blacked out stuff. But one is promoting fake NASA videos when it's clearly not UFOs. And for instance, no one questions why UFOs only moved clockwise and never stopped or turned in curves, not right angles. I was told they were grommets used inside the cable with a lock-in hole. So you might remember the Teffer incident. Gabba was attacking me over it, saying I do terrible research on the Teffer incident one. I did path analysis, and you can see they all turn in one direction only, which kind of means they're spinning in the same direction. And the UFO should be able to move in any direction and stop and also turn right angles instead of knife curves that you see in the path analysis. So that tells me it's something natural. And the grommets made a lot of sense because I got the information from Earl Grey. He said his family member works for NASA and worked on that project as an engineer, so he should know. I suppose it's a bit like that guy, Mark, what's his name, Gruber or whatever his name is, that does a podcast with a squeaky voice from California that worked on the Rover project. He does science videos on YouTube, crazy stuff like the biggest paintball gun or whatever he does nowadays. But yeah, so he's defending that David Grusch isn't mental, even if he's got PSTD, whatever it's called. I always get it around the wrong way. But he was actually ordered by a judge to go inside a hospital, a mental hospital. So yeah, mentalness doesn't mean you're a liar, but it means that you may have visualized something that wasn't there. So it is important, but it shouldn't override the final. It shouldn't be used to just get rid of his whole claims. But the body language guys have torn it to bits, but I'm not sure if they know about his mental history before they did that show. I think they did their recording of their show, which we'll have a look at next. I think there's some truth in what Grusch is saying, but there's no evidence. And Fravor's the only one that really was a first-hand account on that panel. Even Graves hasn't seen the UFOs, right? Only David Fravor has. Hey, One Life Man's long time no see. I think I've figured out there's faster than light the speed of duck. What are you talking about there? Light always trying to catch up with the duck. Okay. I think UFO move faster in the duck. Yeah, I'm not sure what that refers to, but yeah, I don't think that's real science there. But you're entitled to your opinion, of course, or theory. Let's just carry on with the Black Vault, what he's going to say. This is actually a clip from a live show he did. I tend to use the shorts for promos now. But it's one eye mode, which I really hate. It should be an option to be able to zoom in and I don't know. Maybe they should be the first one to do shorts in landscape. There you go, Google. I've just given you a great idea. Do something that the other channels are not doing. Actually do shorts and landscape. And bring it into the modern time instead of all these smartphones. Because they can always turn their phone around on the side, can't they, and watch it.
And these are just a few of those taking that allegation originally and just blowing it up to whatever. You see this one up here, top left. It's some pack or something. I don't know exactly what they do. It doesn't really concern me, but they've got a big following. They say, breaking from News Nation, the CIA Office of Security illegally leaked classified HIPAA information regarding whistleblower David Grusch and his treatment for PTSD to The Intercept. Senator Gillibrand, it's time for a church commission on the CIA. They are rogue. Nobody cares that is entirely fabricated. It wasn't even part of the rumor. We were just talking about the intelligence community. So where they picked up the CIA Office of Security out of thin air, who knows? But they did. Here's another one. Whoever leaked Grusch's personal medical records is a bloody fool. Grusch is represented by Chuck McAuliffe, former Inspector General of the IC. He's got the best legal counsel on his side. Yet it doesn't matter. None of that was true. And the sitting congressman, Tim Burchett, tell me who illegally leaked Grusch's health records, and I will bust their ass. He was retweeting the hacker group Anonymous, which has millions and millions of followers.
That's why he's on third phase.
And that's what he's asking them to do. Essentially asking, arguably, one of the worst, best, however you want to look at it, but we'll say successful hacker groups around the world that's done a heck of a lot over the years.
Anomalous, who also are promoting NASA ice particles and Teffer incident as UFOs, and they're not experts in this. They should stay out of it as well.
Asking them, tell me a name of somebody who leaked the health records. None of that is true. So, like, this, it's madness if you ask me.
So the records was obtained under a FOIA request, because that's what Black Vault works with. And another reporter did the FOIA request and got it from the police station. That's how it got leaked out, done the proper way, and cause it's public information, right? It's not medical reports, which is private information. But, you know, arrest warrant and judge saying go to hospital for assessment, that's all public domain. So, yeah, it was bound to come out. It's almost like it was planned, you know. Maybe they asked David whether he had any mental problems and blah, 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 and he said no, right? But apparently they did know that he was arrested back 2018. It would have been best to come straight out with it and say, yes, I had a mental breakdown 5 years ago and was ordered to, because of suicidal conditions, to go under observation in hospital overnight or whatever. Or was it 72 hours or something observation? That doesn't mean he's a liar, but they should have come out clean with it, then it wouldn't be such a right mess now. But still, it's all second-hand information that David talks about. It's not going to go anywhere anyway. It's just going to waste our time, and all the grifters will make money of it.
Because all this stuff takes on a life of its own. And to prove that, it got even worse. Now, if you know anything about Ken Klippenstein, this is not anything out of the ordinary for him. He has posted stuff about newsletters and stuff over the years where you kind of have to read the whole thing to understand the context.
He put out a joke that he got sacked.
August 10th, the day after his article drops at 2:33 p.m. I think that should be Pacific time if I'm correct with my screenshots, but there's a reason I'm pointing that out. 2:33, after 3 years, The Intercept has let me go. The next message 1 minute later, and do a newsletter occasionally, which you can subscribe to here, and a link to his subscription. Now, why am I laughing? Because some people were so offended that he quote-unquote lied about being fired. Well, why I laugh is because somebody had sent me this privately, and I knew, just click on the post. And you click on it, and it completes the sentence for you. Here's the screenshot. But so many people fell for it. But it gets worse. News Nation, with Ross Coulthart, highlighted the whole thing. They were talking about it on the air, saying that he was fired. Now, credit to Ross for saying that is kind of an unfortunate thing for a reporter. He's just doing his job. So I
wonder if you can sue Ross Coulthart for defamation. That would be funny. UFO drama.
I want to compliment him there, that he wasn't saying, yeah, hoorah, he deserved it. But rather, that's how ridiculous the mainstream media and those attached to this story are getting. Now, I'm sorry, that's not meant to be rude, but rather, remember how I've been talking.
Anyone that listens to mainstream media nonsense deserve all they get, as far as I'm concerned. I switch all that crap off. It's the only time I get to hear it is if the parents are playing it, especially Dad. And our TV news that follows a lot of the articles off CNN, it's just going to be pure garbage anyway. It's agenda-based nonsense. Yeah. Anyway, won't talk politics here. I'd love to. Love to show you why it's a load of cobblers.
Talking about all these crazy accusations and this, that, and the other thing. This is why it matters. Because all of a sudden, that little tiny seed of something is planted. And what sprouts is this giant forest of crap being reported on mainstream news, having full 10-minute segments about Klippenstein losing his job when that was never even a rumor. All they had to do was click on it. Now, I'm not blaming Ross. I'm not blaming Elizabeth Vargas, who you see pictured there. But rather, I'm guessing it was one of their producers going, hey guys, guess what? Klippenstein got canned for that. And probably got excited, but nobody fact-checked it. Nobody. And yet they ran with it. That's the danger. Why do you think I do these videos? It's to highlight the domino effect of how ridiculous accusations can snowball into something that it's not. And that's damaging, not only to the conversation, but guess what? To David Grusch himself. That if he's telling the truth, for crying out loud, give him some respect, stay truthful with these accusations. If there's reprisal going on, here's an idea, just prove it. That's it. Don't just start accusing on mainstream media and throwing allegations out there, because that doesn't make him look good. He's the root of this story, right? We all know that. His claims right now hinge on him. So if those circling him are starting to go out there and just throw out whatever accusation, let's do a church committee based on the CIA leaking these medical records. That's ridiculous. Because again, not based on anything.
Yeah, more
and
disinformation.
Yet it gets traction. So that's why I think that these are important videos for me to do, to try and help make sense, but also point out why this is dangerous. And being a critic of David Grusch's claims, why it's hurtful to him. I'm here to defend him right now, saying this is stupid. It's gotten dumb. These accusations are not helpful to anybody, especially him. So if there's reprisal going on, let him and his very powerful attorney deal with that. Don't mess it up by making these stupid allegations against the CIA, or encourage politicians to get to the point to encourage hacker groups to get involved and find out names that did something that never happened. Has anybody ever thought how dangerous this is becoming? And it seems like that answer is absolutely no. And that's what's bad.
There you go. I'll post the video. Subscribe to Black Vault. MS lies, mainstream media lies, because I don't fact check. I don't know, they're just lazy nowadays, aren't they? Back in my days, we used to trust in news reports and documentaries, and now it can be even History Channel's done mockos of mermaids and Bigfoots and totally ruined the field. And BBC's done the same. So there's no reliable sources anymore. You can't trust anything you see on TV anymore. Everybody's gone to the web instead, and now they're sort of linking on to the little cult followings, right? Of talking heads like Ross Coulthart. Coulthart. Well, anyway. Always question everything, people, and fact check stuff. It's hard to believe I've done 2 hours already, is it? 2 hours? Where's the time gone? I didn't want to spend all day here. Who we got left? We got 6 people now? Or am I seeing things? 5 people. 3 people. No, it must be 3 people. Don't have that much people on. So the body language thing goes on a fair bit, but there are some interesting bits in it. And the guys clearly were saying that Grays was coming across as honest. Clearly don't know. He's changed his story 3 times on the cube inside a sphere story, from it passing between them, could have been dangerous for them flying past it, and it flew between them and possibly a balloon, to now that it could have been a special type of drone, when it's simply just a radar decoy balloon, right? It's the most logical answer there, released from submarines or something to mess up the airplanes flying above, and a battle simulation, probably some secret DARPA experiment. I'm not sure who was behind it. Probably was DARPA. I think it was some blueprints released that described exactly what they were seeing, with the reflector inside the clear sphere. Yours says 5. It says 5 now. I didn't drop to 3 and then 2 and then back to 5 again. But yeah, like I said, my eyes are pretty crap, and makes me wonder how long I've got to do this, unless they can operate on the eyes soon. I'm trying my best to make mistakes here and there, and I have to zoom in more, but that's alright, because you can see what I'm seeing a bit better too when I zoom in. You see all these other live shows, and they've got really fine print and icons on the screen, and it's impossible to see what's going on unless they zoom in, and which they never do. At least you're still here, Mike. You haven't fallen asleep. I wonder what happened to Shogun. I wonder if he's been nobbled completely and he's actually there and he's trying to comment and we're not hearing him. I don't know. We want answers. Yeah, we sure do. But yeah, I think all the Christians are diving on this one, claiming the UFOs are demons and all that sort of stuff, right? And I'm saying that really the demons are a separate part to the aliens. And if you ever watched that show called The Dead Files, the medium that can see things that we can't, claims that the aliens are certainly a separate entity to the demons and the other stuff that goes on, and also the spirits, human spirits, right? I don't know how you would prove any of that to be true. I don't think we ever will. all we can say is that paranormal stuff happens, and we can capture it on thermal and cameras, or multiple cameras. And like I said, everything's gone quiet in the house at the moment. I got the cameras, but nothing's happening. So we have to see if something happens randomly in the future. Like I said, it goes quiet, could go quiet for 6 months, and suddenly strange stuff starts happening again. Yes, still up. Good on you, mate. I'll try to keep it interesting for you guys, and save you. I'm basically bringing you the best of what I thought was the best of the week or whatever. But I still got little science bits there to go over. People don't like too much sciencey stuff. What if it's not a ghost, it's a creature that can play people's mind? Well, I've talked about that before as well, One Life Man. I said it could be a entity that is a parrot, in the sense that it can copy, well, this is where your double gangers come in, right? Where it can copy someone's image that is no longer alive and pretend to be them. It's very possible. We can't rule it out. So this entity could come from a multiverse, through a portal, or you know how you talk about time slips, where they slip in and for a short time, and they might actually be like appear as a ghost, but actually there might be a person in the other multi-dimension on a different frequency, where the atoms don't quite show in our universe and they show up as an apparition. There's all sorts of science theories that could explain it. It could actually be proven with science. Whether we ever find that out, I don't know. But maybe the aliens have been around for billions of years, and they might be the caretakers of the universe, and the universe is actually the God that everybody keeps talking about. The universe is God, and it's endless and forever. And we don't know what God is, but it may not be even a living thing. I don't know. So if you try and think about it and try and fit it into your mind that you can make sense of it all, you'd go crazy, right? You'd go mental. So this is where all the holographic universe idea comes in, and the Matrix, that we're actually a computer simulation. I don't know, this gets more and more crazy out there. Maybe you just need to, that's why people just focus on their daily lives, right, and just reproduce, eat and sleep and work and repeat again. Well, when you get other scientists, theoretical scientists, they can sit in a lab and theorize about things and get paid to do that instead. Well, others are busy digging up fields and planting potatoes so you get fed. Farmers. Now, there's real key people in the universe that if we didn't have them around, we'd be in a lot of trouble right now. But anyway, we'll just carry on with the next thing. So theories, talking theories is all great, and I have invited people on to come and talk about things if they want to. I could open it up, but a lot of people are too scared to come on. And spiritual dimensions. Well, I don't think there's dimensions. I think there may be a fifth dimension, an energy field, maybe not a dimension at all, that sort of connects the two universes or multiple universes. But yeah, it's all theory and it's very hard to prove. That's why people see the dead relative, because that's in the mind. Yes, that's another possibility. that it's mind tricks, but it doesn't explain why the door would open and the door handle turn and all that sort of stuff that I've seen myself, but I haven't caught it on camera, and why lights turn on. So it looks like it's something physical rather than a mind trick, you know. But it could also be black ops, government energy type weapon from space that can mess with your mind. Well, it might be just simply something naturally in the environment that's messing with people's mind. But again, it doesn't explain physical things moving. And that's something that really you get to see. But you can see apparitions. That could be a mind trick, right? It could be some sort of something being beamed, microwave technology that's affecting your brain vision to make you go crazy. So yeah, it's all sorts of possibilities, but it might be multiple things. It might not be just a single factor. It might actually be, you know, when you get a UFO sight and someone debunks it as a balloon, but it may have been two events. It may have been a balloon and a real UFO that appeared in the same video. So you've got to always keep that into account, right? Like the Turkey video, that might be a hoax, but there may have been a real UFO in one of those footages, right? Which wasn't a plane, but actually was a real UFO that someone caught. Because they're all watching the sky at the same time then. More cameras, more eyes in the sky, looking for UFOs, and they actually might have caught a real UFO, but it might be one out of the 100 videos and it sort of got dismissed because of the hoax and the misidentifications. This is the problem we have with ufology. So you've always got to be in the middle ground and just follow the facts at every video. Take it separately rather than clump it together. A lot of people claim they smell something when they see something. Well, again, it's just messing around with your brain sensors, right? Your ears and nose and all that connects to your brain. If you can mess around with the brain, you can make people go crazy. So yeah. And of course, it may be something natural that's causing that. It may not even be a government thing. And the government found out about it and said, oh, let's turn that into a weapon. And it may be something totally natural that occurs in certain areas on the globe, in certain locations in the streets, where the magnetic field and rock makeup underneath somehow generates this brain illusion thing. But again, as I keep going back, you've always got to explain the stuff where things apparently move or whatever. And you can explain maybe a door opening with some sort of draft, but then you got the cold spots. You got to explain the cold spots. Again, you could say it was some sort of draft or venting, but it's funny how everybody experiences that, and there's not an open window or door or whatever. So yeah, I think that's just a general cover-up on the paranormal stuff. A bit like UFOs, paranormal's like similar, you know. You got the skeptics and believers. I read where a lot of strange entities around earthquake faults. Again, that comes into the natural thing I'm talking about, where the magnetic fields and maybe the dark energy that's created as a pulse that runs through your house or your body when it happens, may mess up with your brain activity and make you feel like there's something watching you or whatever. But it doesn't explain when something lifts up your foot like I've had and jumps on your back and there's nothing there. Is it just a brain going crazy where you're getting sensors overloaded? And it's really hard to explain it all away, you know. Especially if you've got multiple people in the same room. and the cameras capture it, and thermal and different cameras capture something happening at the same time. That makes it really hard to write it off. New Zealand has earthquakes every day. They have minor and major earthquakes. I think they had like 3 million aftershocks after the big one anyway. But yeah, we get earthquakes pretty much on a daily basis. Most of them you don't notice. I think I felt one last night actually. Wobbled the fan just a little bit. You feel it going through the bed if you, or the chair that you're sitting on. We should capitalize chat. Well, if you just put tag me, we'll see it. If you say out the thing, I think they're leveling Earth. That's why leveling. Why there's a lot of crack in the surface. Who's they? I think we know about plate tectonics and how the Earth core is molten rock, a bit like the sun, really, and generates all that heat from the pull of gravity, I guess. What is gravity? See, yeah, it's a lot of stuff we don't really understand, but yeah, of course it creates a crust on the outside, just like you get when you cook food, right? As it cools down, it forms a crust on the outside. What's a good example of that? Hot milk creates a little skim surface on the top that you could live on if you were a bug or something, or bacterium. Anyway, we'll just carry on with that's called out all the side chat there. Ideally, it's best to come on voice and talk about that, and we can address each point in question. So I'm not mocking anybody's beliefs out there, religion. You can believe what you want, as long as you're a good person and don't force it on other people. That's fine by me. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of terrorism and in the name of religion and all that sort of stuff. That's the sort of stuff we don't need. We need people to be able to coexist and let them have their own freedom and not follow a strict religious outcome or principle. As long as they're good people, they should just follow being a good person. You don't need religion. You don't need the government to tell you how to be a good person. Yeah, I don't know. Exposing the corruption and exposing all the frauds, that's a little bit I can do, and help people out make the right decisions, right? So we'll just play a bit of clip from this. It's too long. So just be careful here. I'll just skim through it.
We're going to talk about the UAP congressional hearings. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, quite simply, this is what you said. This is hearings from Congress, and the people asking the questions are, I believe, members of the House, I believe. But the people answering to are fighter pilots, both retired, and the middle guy is Mr. Grusch, we've covered before, who is an intelligence officer who was involved in the program. And that's about as much as you need to know to start.
Okay, they also talk about Corbell and that being there, and they don't really like Corbell. So the man with the $25,000 gold watch and wearing no suit. That's what they pick out. And the guy that's obviously making lots of money from it because he's flashing it around, where everybody else has got basic watches. And you can see what they've done here. So that's Nap. Has he got a gold watch as well? Probably. There's a nice gold watch there. Some tats. Who was in the middle? Can't remember now. And someone over here. Yeah, look at that face there. But anyway, David, on with the show. We'll just play a bit.
Based off of each of your experiences and observations.
So what they do is they play the Congress questions and answers, and then they talk about the body language and what they see in it.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
I'll do it. Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave. And there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can...
So this guy started his own podcast, and he's also trying to get onto the government dollars on the UFO side of things so he can get the government to fund his research on UFOs. So he's another grift in this whole thing. So he's got clear motives and why he's in it. He's not in it for answers, he's in it for profit making, like most of these guys do. Even David Fravor's meant to be making a movie deal, so I heard. But yeah, even these panel guys, the body language panel guys, have pointed out that almost seems like Grusch is acting, and he would be really good in a TV show or movie, and of course we know that's already been planned, right? So it's all about money making. They said his information is secondhand, but they reckon these guys either side of him are the credible ones because they're first-hand accounts, and their body language comes across as pilots or whatever. And they're saying David Grusch comes across as an intel guy, which is true. So, and they said, look at what's in front of their table here. You can see he's got a little note, and you see David Grusch has got a load of stuff on his table.
Best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to...
And they said that's like taking ownership, saying, here, I'm the man, I've got all this information here.
Ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grusch, in your complaint to the intelligence community inspector general, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very
Look
briefly.
at that. He's got all these notes and paperwork that he's referring to. Unlike these other guys either side of it, it's in their head, and they're just taking straight out their head because they've experienced it firsthand. Grusch is referring to what he's heard in his notes.
Classified manner, as you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I always love when somebody illustrates exactly what we mean by one of the big 5 pieces of body language. We talk about regulators, meaning how do we control conversation or turn taking and signaling. Watch it. It's beautiful because you watch Fravor raise his thumbs. You watch him lean over. You watch Grusch's face go, it's on you. And then you see Graves, who is the shaved-haired guy, signal him with his head. So that's a great example of what we call regulators and a way to control a conversation. Fravor, who is the gray-haired guy with the glasses, who's the guy who saw the Tic Tac video, does yes in his telling tone. telling down tone. Cadence is consistent. Throughout this, his hands are folded, but he illustrates with his thumbs. And, Joe Navarro says if you're steepling or have your hands folded and you raise your thumbs, that's confidence. So we'll take Joe's word for it. I think he knows. And then we'll look at tone. When he says nothing, listen to that change in tone. He's emphasizing nothing. His volume rises and falls when he says drop down. Then there's a request for approval. But you see that forehead up in this guy as a baseline. So there's nothing big. And then his lip compressions, I think, also mean nothing big. Now let's move to Graves. I think he has a new organization. His mission is about getting a clearinghouse for information. So he has a mission statement. You can't miss it. It sounds rote, bump, 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 bump. It is because that's his elevator speech for his new organization, and he's very clear. You could, however, pay attention to a little lilt in his voice, and his thumbs go up when he says, do you understand? Then he responds with a down tone. When he's talking about these adversaries, he is telling, this is dangerous. If you have a gap, then you will create an opening for the adversary. Now, in my world, I'm an intel guy by trade. Anytime you have a gap, it's a bad thing. It doesn't mean that aliens are there. It doesn't mean any of that. It simply means there's a gap in us reporting something because there's a stigma associated, then we got a problem.
And it doesn't move on a bit. It goes on and on and on. So you probably have to watch it in your own time. I'm just seeing if I can find the good bits. I didn't bookmark them, unfortunately.
Benefit of that, we don't know. We haven't been involved with him. But that's going to give him weird, quirky, or odd outside of mainline body language. So it can. But there's the reason I say he is a manager, there's a production quality to everything he says. Everything feels like...
So it's talking about David here.
Like it's big. Everything feels like it's prepared. These guys are going, nope, that didn't happen. Yep, this happened. Nope, that, yep, this, speed. And his forehead is always up in request for approval. That last embrace just makes every one of us want to go, hold on a minute. Something changed, and why? But the people who are sitting on Congress don't have our training.
And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country. And that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like...
Is that really true, though? We know that after all this started coming out, Fravor making statements about these things, hypersonic missile technology was revealed, right? Mach 15 and all that sort of stuff. So we have got the technology to go at those incredible speeds, but it's not going to have anything inside controlling it that's alive. It's going to be remote controlled. So saying it's not our technology doesn't sort of wash with me. And of course, doesn't mean it has to be American technology either, right? We just found out about the Chinese UAP balloons, right? So makes sense they might have something that goes into the sea and air, because sea is a good place to go and hide, especially being attacked by missiles and stuff, and suddenly go in the water again to get away from it all, and then pop out another location and attack from the rear, from behind.
Like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grusch, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So, as you can see, it goes on a bit. Where'd they talk about Corbell? Because that was quite funny.
absence for a specific thing, wherein a person's being very detailed in what they're saying, and all of a sudden the detail falls out of their story and vagueness just jumps in. And I think lastly, I want to look for nervousness spikes and stress indicators that occur around these specific topics. There's none of this here. There are at least 3 topics that are brought up that these people could have easily made into something dramatic, mysterious, scary, or more newsworthy than it should be. And I use that word deliberately here because it seems like there's somebody deliberately shifting things from a boring fact to a dramatic, newsworthy bit of information. That's all I got. Mark?
Okay, so I think what we get here from Muscovitz, I think is the guy's name, inquiring, is some skeptical questioning. I think it's skeptical questioning because he says, let's talk about the laws of physics, and then there's a cough afterwards. I think that cough is a territorial cough. He's like, there, I've marked out my territory. We're going for the laws of physics here. Let's see whether you can handle those. So he marks out his territory of how he's going to question. It's a bit like the movement of the hair before somebody makes some kind of a attack. It's to mark out, here come the big guns. I'm bringing out the laws of physics. Anyway, the pilot here brings up the idea of the sonic boom, and you can't hear a sonic boom inside the aircraft. I don't know whether that's true or not, but anyway, Grusch and George Knapp and James Clapper in the background, they all enjoy that little palpable hit there. We can see their enjoyment of that little maneuver. Grusch adapts on his papers with wide fingers at that, and there's a smile of content at that hit. This movement here, watch that movement. It doesn't need to be done. His papers don't need moving at all. That's why I don't think he's much liked in the office. That he's he comes across, see, there's point scored, maneuver the papers there. I don't think, I don't think he's got that many friends. I could be wrong, could be very well loved in the office, but I don't think with that kind of behavior he is. But that's just me. Chase, what do you got? No, hang on, we've had Chase. Who we got? Greg? Sorry, Scott, what do you got on this?
George, you can go, Greg.
Okay, whatever. So let's first start by talking about personality types. These guys are a certain personality type. They're recruited. They're created. These fighter pilots are created because they have a certain personality type. They're not dramatic. This other guy, he might have been in the chess club versus playing hockey or something. Who knows? But certain personalities are more drawn to drama and to over dramatizing whatever they're doing. I think we got one of those. Now, does that mean he's lying? Not necessarily, but it will make him aggrandize things that don't matter in a way. And Chase, I think you said it over and over and over. These guys are just facts, just telling you what they saw. They operate in a concrete world. This guy doesn't necessarily, it feels like. I also say there's no qualification to be a member of Congress. So asking a question about something like this and stepping your foot in the bear trap and looking kind of silly is par for the course if you step in there. In the interrogation world.
So they do talk a lot.
Interview. And when he talks about the News Nation interview, there is a Wallace and Gromit look of fear on him there, and then a look for approval on that. Did he say something in that News Nation interview that was a little bit too big, a little bit effusive, a little bit too entertaining? I don't know, but certainly I see that Wallace and Gromit fear and that look for approval. Scott, what do you got?
All right, Grusch is doing that alluding and inflating thing again. And then at the end of it, he does the stress mouth or the compressed lips, like he can't say anything. He's watching his mouth like, this is feeling more and more like an act. The longer it goes, it doesn't feel squirrely anymore. It just feels wrong, feels off. Maybe it's that comparison of the two guys sitting next to him and him sitting there in the middle that's making him stick out like that so big, but really starting to bug me. And when he talks about, of course, I left NGA in April, he uses a huge regulator there. I mean, that's a big one. It's like almost a hands-off thing he's doing at that point. but his illustrators would pretty much start disappearing at that point. And then he's alluding to this plethora of sensitivities that he can't talk about, more alluding and inflating. And then when he talks about prosaically, he makes it sound like something that's really deep and heavy. And actually, prosaic means boring, you know, almost like mundane, of the world. It's like if I said, but I can make it sound cool. Like say, you know, here comes Mark with those prosaic stories about Greece, and he was just there. Mark, tell us, you know, but it's a smack in the face. I'm saying, tell us about one of those boring stories you talk about, Mark. So he's kind of, I think.
Oh, let's just move on a bit.
Never dealt with classified information. You might feel okay with saying yes or no. But when you're in front of Congress, now you have a double-edged sword you have to navigate, and he navigates it very effectively. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. I got it here. He can say he's not seen bodies. He won't say that he hasn't seen intact spacecraft. Well, an intact spacecraft is anything that's going to give or take, 100 miles or so. You know, give or take, depending on which scientist you're going to say you're going to go with as where to space. I mean, I've seen intact spacecraft. It's not defined as to whether they're off-world or on-world or run by, biologics, which could be sugar, I mean, that's sugar. If that's, so
yeah, so the questions and the answers are like lie detector tests, Have you seen a spaceship? Yes, we've seen it on TV, rocket launches, space shuttle, SpaceX. So you're not actually lying. So if you look at the comparing the replies from David Grusch, it could be he could be telling the truth, but because they're not sort of made it specific, Have you seen an alien piloted craft? That's what they should be asking, not I've seen a spaceship. You're not saying I've seen an alien piloted spaceship. So yeah, it's just like how these guys beat lie detector tests, right? What was the other examples? Have you seen aliens? Have you seen aliens being killed or killing humans or whatever? I think they cover it here pretty good, where he talks about. He brings his wife into it. Yes, we're seeing really scary stuff. Yeah, but what have they seen? Have they seen something on a movie or whatever, So they make really good points here. So you got to really nail down the questions when you interview and so on.
Why he has to steer around that question. I agree, Greg. It's very interesting that he starts to navigate that one very carefully. Same way that he says, has alien or non-human caused harm to a human being?
Here we go.
Well, when that question was less defined, he'd said both. But when they get specific with it, when it's specific, what was a yes becomes a I can't say. So why does that change as well?
That's another thing I've brought up in the past too. These guys picked up on it as well. What does non-human mean? Could be anything that's not human, like monkey, mouse, and what so. And we know they've used monkeys and experiments in space and dogs and whatnot.
Well, the better the questioning, the more he clams up. Yeah. The worse the questioning, the more opportunity he has to put on a show that you might see on the History Channel very, very soon. But look, that last part around the intact spacecraft, all of that has a lack of illustration to it, lots of vocal clicks in there, that lip compression that Chase has been talking about. It's, shall we say, it's tight-mouthed at that point. Well, undoubtedly, his intelligence. Undoubtedly, he's seen craft that can go to space, that or near enough, that he can't talk about, I would say. Greg, you got a thought?
Yeah, one other thing. Remember in video 2, he said, when he was asked about craft, he said, I know about people who have firsthand experience. And now he's avoiding a question. So production again. Sorry, Tim, back to you.
Scott, what do you got on this one?
I'll tell you what, I've seen spacecraft. I've seen intact spacecraft. And there's a fellow named Elon Musk. I've seen him landing. I've seen video of what I believe is real spaceship landing. This guy could be telling the truth at this point, because we've all seen those. Everybody watched when those things started landing back down the ocean. We've all seen the parachutes of when the Apollo mission came back. We've all seen those. Like Mark was alluding to, we've all seen spacecraft. So he's really not lying there, but he's talking about the specifics of seeing this new stuff, this outer space stuff. That I believe that's the road he's going down. And that first question is yes or no. You guys are right. He doesn't say yes or no. And it's a yes or no. Have you seen him? Yeah or no. Neither one of those. So, and then he says, I have to be very careful because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft. Then just answer the question. The yes, or, he's not doing anything. And then why, for God's sake, open that can of worms about his wife? Why say that? Me and my wife? So, are you kidding me, dude? So, because that's when I would want to say, hang on, everybody hang on to say, hey, man, what about this? What do you mean you and your wife? Was she with you? Were you in the car? Were you in some secret place on a base? What's going on?
She's not cleared.
I wouldn't think so either. And because she hasn't come up in this before, and he didn't say anything about it. So I don't know. Why even bring her up? So maybe he's talking about something he's seen out in the wild, like driving down a little road or something. If anybody's seen UFOs outside of this, if you're not in an airplane or a fighter or something, maybe that's what he's talking about. Maybe this guy's nuts. I don't know. No, I'm not going to say he's nuts. I want to assume he may be nuts. I'm just saying.
He probably doesn't know about the medical report yet.
There, my wife. Why in the world would you bring her into this? I don't know. This seems like James Pyle's turf for me. There seems like a whole lot of questions that could be asked in here in a mellow way to get this guy to start talking.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a lame attempt to hide information that he doesn't have to make it look like he has information. That alluding and inflating, I think that's what's going on. Chase, what do you got?
I have actually seen a alien spacecraft pull a human being off of the Earth into the craft. It's a movie called Fire in the Sky.
Oh no!
And
Trevor's Walton fake story. But yeah, these guys, they're sort of nailing it down, right? Why you ask the Christians? You got to be really specific with the Christians, because they're bringing up really good points here.
Craft. So what he's thinking here, I'm willing to bet that someone showed him a sketch or something of a craft, and he might associate seeing a sketch of a craft with seeing a craft. And he's deliberately not telling us the difference there. I think that might be what's going on. And this has every hallmark of what I would just call a campaign, where there's a very hard narrative being sold with this campaign, with the vagueness.
So we'll just move on a bit. Like you said, we're just skimming that, and you can go and watch it properly. That's the repeat there. What they're talking about here.
But at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd...
See, that's when they should have nailed that question down further. What did your wife and you see? Oh, I can't see in public. They should just keep nailing it down more and more.
ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Mr. Grusch, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning.
Just move on a bit.
So Corbell, in the background there, who makes shows about UFOs and strange phenomenon, he's like, yeah, the list. That's he's in full agreement with the list. McCulloch, who's his lawyer behind, we see a beautifully kind of delicate action on his finger on this. Now, I don't know what the finger... there's two options on that finger. That's either the finger of like, I must get that list together in order to provide that, or that's the raised finger of like, I don't think we'll be doing that, actually. I don't think there will be. So let's see. Let's see whether there's a list or not. Now, why is Corbell in agreement with that? I think Corbell would be on that list. I think Corbell would be top of that. Like, I know a guy, I met him at a Star Trek convention, and he's seen, or he knows people who's seen all kinds. In fact, he's got a whole show.
Yeah, a lot of UFO channels out there have talked about that. What are his sources? Corbell is probably one of them. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? All the grifters feeding up this guy's, they're using him, unfortunately, to make more money.
About this stuff with his mate who's just sitting next to your lawyer there. They got a whole History Channel thing going and done on a ranch owned by a guy who, investigate that for yourselves. That's an interesting money maker. But I love that little finger there. That's all I got on that one. Chase, what do you see here?
Didn't I go already?
No.
Did you?
No, not this time.
Not this time. Number 9.
Sorry.
Right.
You want to do that again?
Yeah. Chase, what do you got on this one?
When he's saying I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA, not his experience, he says leadership. And he wants you to hear that word. And I'm just going to let that remark sit with you for a minute. And he's saying I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. This has 2 qualifications just to remove all specificity. Nothing specific, empty, void, hollow, empty. His behavior is just avoidant and vague and deliberately misdirecting, and I think unable to even just say something that he thinks is true. And it was a simple question that didn't involve national security details, and he couldn't even answer that. This is why this has so many weird qualities of what I would call a campaign. And something is being sold here, and it's odd that the only, or just one person at this table is kind of selling this vague idea, and 2 people are answering questions. There's only 2 people at this table answering questions. You know what document he could produce, which he hasn't, is the list of what he can't talk about. There should be a list that should be public of what he can't talk about because he's comfortable saying what he can't talk about. And I like how Miss Mace really took him to the mat a little bit here, and after kind of massaging his words back to him so many times, just finally got a direct answer. And I would bet that she didn't get a list after this. And if she did get a list, I bet it's a crappy one. That's all I'll say. Greg?
I think he's got a list. I think that list may be meaningless, but he's got a list of hostile and cooperative witnesses, people he's talked to. I think this is the crux of everything. I think, remember I said in the other one, I thought he had kind of an axe to grind somewhere. I think he's got a list of people who blocked him and people who helped him. And I think that's what he would give them. And people who fit his narrative, whatever his narrative is. I don't know what the guy knows. None of us can tell. The one thing that's interesting is, Chase, you talk about that rambling, rattling, empty language. I think it's his baseline. I just do. I think he is a guy who, thinks words are a premium prosaic. He plugs in these words that we would all say, okay, yeah, I understand the word, I would never use it. That's just his pattern, I think. And I think if we agree with that, then we would say his baseline then, when he goes to this specific, hostile, and cooperative, is identical to that useless information he rambles in the first question when they ask him about whatever it was, about when she asked him a question about being reviewed, and he goes back to his own reference.
So, yeah, just give it a bit, okay.
If you're not cleared, your badge might let you into a sally port, but you didn't get out of there. And
what's a sally port?
A sally port's 2 doors that lock. And so you get in, you don't get out. And so it's a control mechanism. But if you were uncleared in a building like this, for example, you have a guy coming in to work on the air conditioning, boop, we flip a switch, lights go red, everybody puts their stuff away. It's contained. And then to Chase's point, even within that area, there will be other areas that are even more confined and more protected. So there's access once you get in there. And so, yeah, it's a building. It's a contained area, and they have them, I'm sure, in Congress. But anyway, yeah, on boats, they're all over the place.
And you have them in business as well. So some people will work in some businesses where you have.
That's right.
Exactly the same.
Okay. So anyway, like I was saying, it's like a
sorry, it's my
silence. No, I totally get it, dude. I had to look it up. I don't know what skiff is.
Yep.
How am I going to know?
A skiff.
Anyway. All right.
So there's a little closet that's soundproof and video proof and mobile phone proof. People can go and talk in private, and they use it in government places and buildings where they want to keep secrets.
So I think we're good to go there.
So David says we can talk in the closet after the hearing, basically. In private. I suppose they call that, was it Earth Trimmer then? We call that red rooms, wasn't it? Red rooms? Grey rooms?
Mr. Grusch, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So,
do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos,
eyewitness? Non-human could be monkeys.
Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
So skiff, I thought it sounds like a rubbish bin to me. Let's go and talk in the skiff.
And you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name.
Anyway, it's best to go and watch it all yourselves. They do a summary here. But I missed the Corbell comment. I have to dig it up, though. That was classic.
The road of everything looking the way it should look when you're being honest. His illustrators are on point. When he talks, the words hit on the illustrator. Nothing showing, no little weird movements, no fading facts, nothing like that. We're not seeing a lot of the classics we use. If you're playing bingo during this, or if you're playing the behavior panel bingo, you're not going to have squat on here because we're not seeing anything that shows deception. So come back next week. Maybe we'll have more deception to show you.
Yeah.
But this guy's I think he's being completely honest. Now, on the third question, he uses his thumbs, and I think that's to help quell his excitement when he's rubbing them together. He's got to get rid of, that's an adapter. He's trying to get rid of some of that built up stress and tension. But in this case, it's not stress and tension. It's just excitement from what's going on because he's trying to stay cool about what he's seeing. Because we're hearing a firsthand account of what happened, and he knows it. And there's nobody else that's out talking about this, and he's getting to tell everybody about it. He was on Joe Rogan, and so he got to tell a whole lot of people about it, probably more than watching this. But now he's in front of Congress and doing those things, so he's really excited about that, which is, I can understand it. That's awesome. And Grusch, or Fravor, this is the first time this is the most animated he's been. He's making all the moves. He's doing everything we see with someone who's excited about something they really saw or really experienced. Like when they rode a roller coaster that was really exciting, or something almost happened, but they got away with it. We see it. That's the excitement you see. They're all, you won't believe what happened. That's the vibe he's giving off. So I'm totally in with this guy. I totally believe him. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, these two guys on the outside of this jamboree that's going on, they brand themselves as credible, and they deliver as credible every time. So
yeah, I'd have to discount that for Grave, though. Obviously, they don't know the full facts on Ryan Graves. Now, he's putting out a 7-minute video claiming that he's seen UFOs from a cockpit of a plane recently. And you see nothing. It's just like 7 minutes of black screen and a couple of flashes of light, which look like satellites in the distance. I'm not sure if we can find that video, but yeah, it's totally waste of time, though.
A lot of credibility on the outside of this.
I don't think I'm actually going to get through all this stuff again, guys. I'm going to have to shift some of that stuff that I was going to talk about again, by the looks of it. Haven't even looked at any UFO videos yet, but we should just tack on a few on the end. So we're coming up to 3 hours already, according to my stats here. But I really have to go and get something to eat and all that sort of business, because I sort of got up and started the live show. I thought, damn it, I could stay in bed, try and sleep some more, or I can get up and do a live show and hopefully be more nice time for UK as well as USA at the same time. So here's their summary anyway, and then I'll just try and find that Corbell stuff, and then maybe have a quick look at some garbage UFO stuff, videos.
Exciting story. Longworthy, I think his name is, who's questioning on this. I would call him confounded by this story. He's stumped. He doesn't know what to do, I think, with this information coming, which is very credible, well told, accurate information. What does he do with that? He says, we have a problem here that needs further investigation. This has piqued his curiosity. There's a mystery. He's engaged. He says it needs serious investigation. And from my understanding, serious investigation always requires budget. Always requires money. And I know somebody who's taken money for serious investigations before, and they happen to own Skin Changer Ranch or whatever the place is. So I think if there's money going, I know somebody who's taken 22 million on one of those before, and maybe they'll do it again. I don't know. I'm just me sitting here, but call it as I see it.
Yeah.
Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, for 22 million, I'll find a UFO on my ranch. You guys just bring it. I'll find something. I promise you.
For 22 million, I'll build it and drive it to your house.
Yeah, well, we probably know somebody who's got the technology. Hey, a couple of things. As we walk through this, you've all said it, but let's talk about congruency. It's really hard to fake something and to get the timing of amusement and humor and everything else right. Pay attention to that, because there's consistency in he's congruent in his illustrators. His hands are moving, his tone, his word choice, they all work together. He's amused. Look at his upper face is smiling, even when his lower face isn't. That's amusement. That's a good thing, a good indicator. He's counting down, illustrating exactly what he's thinking, and his words are hitting, his tone's hitting, his cadence is hitting as he touches those fingers. Not out of line, not chased. Or Scott, you always talk about illustrators that are out of sequence. His forehead is up, request for approval, but that's his baseline. If you watch him on everything he does, when he's talking about how long he was in the Navy, he still does that. And then when he goes to listing the tech, he does the same exact thing. His thumbs come up in confidence. He's got a playful yes in response to we have a problem. How do you do that? You have to be in the moment, not thinking about what you need to say next. Makes it much better. Then you get a great what else question. The thumbs come up, he starts to illustrate, and then after he says it's no joke, his lips compress in withheld information. Now that can be emotion, that can be how he feels about the whole thing and all that. It's really interesting to me to watch the difference. Guys, if you want to see a fundamental difference in what we're talking about, this is it. This is look backward, look at
matching our speed in no time at all.
So he's talking about Fravor.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac? I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Yeah, I don't kind of agree with that, though. I think with all that stuff that got leaked out recent year about hypersonic missiles and all that, I think we have got the material science to do NAC 15 with rockets.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mark, what do you think we've seen up to this point? How's it looking to you?
Yeah, I mean, such credible witnesses on the outside of this. On the inside of this, there seems to be a lot of narrative around this individual on the inside about, a brave patriot, delivering us the truth. I just wonder, because of the arena that this is in, this situation that we're seeing, the context that we're seeing all this behavior, who is for this idea of patriots and the truth? Who's backing the politicians that are around those kind of ideals? We've got some interesting scenery around Grusch of Clapper, Knapp, McCulloch, Corbell. I mean, specifically Knapp and Corbell. The only person we haven't got there is Robert Bigelow at the moment. and maybe he'll show up at some point. But it seems to me, as Chase, you've been saying, there is a show going on here. Definitely the delivery of an idea, and potentially an actual show we'll see on TV at some point with some backing, all kinds of political backing behind it as we come towards election time. Chase, what do you got on that?
I think this was perfect. Because like y'all were saying, it helps us to very clearly show the stark contrast between the two types of people here at this table. And we have one who's theatrical, sensational, dramatic, and I think more focused on himself than the information. And the others were focused on communication, helping the country, ensuring that Congress is informed rather than entertained. And I think that was a stark contrast. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, people ask me every time when we do these shows, you don't believe there's anything out there. You think that you know everything. And I say, no, absolutely not. We wouldn't do these shows if I thought that. I would say I'm not covering that BS. Something is happening. Two credible people who've seen something I haven't seen are giving us real details, and people of science with clear heads who are military folks that I trust. They're telling us something they saw. And then in the middle, you got this other guy. So just because I don't believe Bob Lazar has been an aircraft mechanic for aliens, and I don't believe this guy is being forthcoming and being honest and telling facts, that doesn't mean I don't believe there's something. I know somebody who's seen something, not given to Fancy, who gave me real details. I may ask her to come on here and tell us her story. But that doesn't mean that this is not disinformation. When something, if tomorrow I were trying to make the American public respond to the fact there are UFOs positively, I would overstate the danger so that when we did come out and show something, it would seem less dangerous. That is 101 how you affect people's personality. If you
Anyway, we skimmed the good bits here. Platform. Corbell comments, which were quite funny. Oh, that's not the one we want. We want transcript. Is that the one? Can't quite see. Yeah. I just want to search for any reference to Corbell on display. About the gold watch. So we've done a fair use. I've added in my own bits and pieces in between. So yeah, it's good advertising for them, and I'll post a link in the side in a minute. Okay, everyone should actually watch it though. So there's 15 references to Corbell here. So where's the first one here? 20 minutes in almost. Let's just see if that's the one it's worth a laugh at.
The gold watch guy in the back, I'm going to call him the gold watch guy. It's Jeremy Corbell, and you may know who Corbell is or not, and I'll tell you a little bit about him later. But one of the interesting things about nonverbal communication is the location that things happen and who else is there, what else is happening there. And Corbell has looks to me, lovely watch. Seems to me like a yacht master in many ways, but with a Speedmaster or Daytona.
There's a quantum
jiu-jitsu. It's a Franken watch of some sort, or made by a manufacturer that I don't quite understand. So put in the list below what Corbell's very nice gold watch.
Someone said that the security team bought him a $20,000 gold watch there, but I don't know if that's true or not. But I wouldn't be surprised. Shows the amount of money in ufology if you grift and tell people what they want to hear, and even if it's not even truthful.
Is there clearly makes good living whatever he's up to. Yep. He adapts in his seat around this idea of knowing people with first-hand knowledge. So some kind of stimulus to him around this first-hand knowledge. I know Corbell wanted to speak himself at this event, and the chair actually thanked him for organising this event. So he's a little hot in the seat there at this point. He says, and Grusch says that these people with first-hand knowledge provided protected disclosure to the Inspector General. And then he barriers and protects joints on that. So clearly there's some unbalance there around where they're kept, and does he really know where they're kept, and who else wants to speak around this? Anyway, Jeremy Corbell knows Grusch because they met at a Star Trek convention. Apparently, Grusch approached Corbell at a Star Trek convention. Corbell is a UFO media creator and relies on the idea of strange phenomenon and the doubt and the mystery around strange phenomenon for his living. And the chair says made this happen. So somebody who the chair is saying is the instigator of this event is sitting behind, and it may be interesting to watch his reactions to all of this. You'll see him on shows on the History Channel, Skinwalker Ranch, place owned by the aerospace engineer Bigelow. By the way, got a $22 million contract in order to investigate his own property. Interesting what's going. Confusing, kind of a little confused. Chase, shed some light on any of it for me. What you got?
So we're seeing these two commanders here still just being commanders here, candid.
Yeah, right, leave it there, and it was quite a good one, that one, but it's a long one, and of course they keep repeating the replay. They watch it first and then they comment on it and then they replay it, so it makes it extra long. Body lingo guys. Grusch. There we go. Then check it out. It's now on the side here. Can we bring it up, or does it open it up? Yeah, can't click on it. Right. Yeah, it's not highlighting it. Don't think, is it? Nice, it is. It is working. Alright. I've got to click the right screen. I was clicking over here instead of the other screen that's got the control on it. Yeah. The other stuff I might push again. But we'll get there, there's no rush from doing those ones. I've covered them before, I think, anyway. But it's well worth recapping, because we've got new people always coming into the field. So yeah, just have a look at some garbage out there. I don't think anything's being put out by security. He's disappeared. Still, this, how long ago was it? 2 months ago. And people are still paying them money on Patreon. And we got third phase of false. Fake it should be, really. Okay, so these guys are recycling, peeling garbage still. Look at the thumbnails. So it should tell you everything about the channel just looking at thumbnails, when they use a lot of rendered art and stuff that's not actually in the video itself. So yeah, have we actually looked at these ones? So we did, didn't we? We looked at that last time, did we? I'm not sure. That one now. Can't remember now. Go on. That says the last one we played there. So we'll just have a look at this one straight away. Where is it? There. I just want to quickly talk about this one, just in case I missed it. I'm not sure if I did now. Did I?
Exact site.
Does anyone know if I covered this one already? Just got to be careful with the music, of course. Apparently this guy's claiming this is a UFO over Florida, Miami, I think it is. And you got to remember, he's going to be an expert with cameras. He's got it on long exposure here, and he's not using any of the apps like Flight Radar. And to me that looks like a plane, and we've got 5 seconds of strobe light here, well, bright light there on one of the wings, bright light there maybe on the other wing, and we got a red light at the top there, which is probably on the tail. And you got one that blinks on and off, and you only got it in 2 frames, so we're not seeing the blinking red light underneath. But people have looked at it as a object, a full object, rather than a stretched object of lights. Kind of looks like a Piper plane, doesn't it? Yeah, look. He's saying it doesn't look like a plane at all. But to me, that kind of looks like a profile of a Piper plane. You know, there's a propeller would be there, but you don't see it because it's spinning so fast. And that could be the wing, and that could be the tail's invisible there because maybe it's a dark fin and it's blended into the background. Who knows? But yeah, we know that's not true object, and it's actually, if we shrink it right down, it would probably be a craft with overexposed lights. I mean, you're seeing some of the reflection of the body here. But these 2 turkeys here should have known that anyway, right?
We're looking at something that is apparently 2 photographs captured from Mitch Smith, and we've got the eyewitness testimony. He submitted it to us.
So I would like to thank Third Phase of Moon for getting back to me so fast when I contacted them about my alleged...
The grifters will always get back to you, mate. If they can make a buck off it and not tell people the truth, what they're seeing.
UFO sighting here at Pelican Harbor Park in Miami, Florida, which took place on August 11th, 2023. This is the exact site where I was taking pictures. I do editorial stock photography. So in doing my editorial stock photography...
So if I played this one before, guys, I'm not sure if I have. These guys would know. Because I watch it and then I think, oh yeah, I'll cover that in the show. I'm not sure if I did or not, or whether it's my memory of looking at it and screaming at the screen at the garbage it is. So yeah, this is obviously a late cousin's fan, and that's why he doesn't know anything about what he's doing. If he's meant to be a camera expert, he certainly isn't.
Photography, I'm always taking pictures. I got a new camera, I'm not used to it, so I was going through all the menu options to try and take a picture of the skyline. In doing so, I was focused on the menu of the camera. I was not really looking at the skyline. My wife, who's recording now, was standing right here. She was just looking about, and she saw the object, but didn't think much of it because why would you? You're not, why would you? It's just one of those things.
So,
in the background,
so if they saw it in the sky there, if they suddenly brought up the Flight Radar app, and they could have just zoomed out and seen, oh yeah, there's a plane that just passed by. They wouldn't need... If this is the problem with these UFO channels. They don't tell people the information, how they can check in real time if they've got cell phone connection. All this garbage that we have to suffer, all the noise and ufology would go away. Because people would be educated and more wise. And then we might actually get some real stuff that didn't appear on the apps.
You're not paying attention, whatever. When I got home to edit the pictures that I took here, I noticed right away that in 2 frames I caught an object that does not have blades or a propeller or wings. It doesn't look like a conventional aircraft. It was flying this way in the pictures. So the 2 frames that
yeah, it's 100% aircraft. What else do they put on this one? So they got, what, 3 minutes of that guy blabbing.
I realized.
You just never know, but this is.
Alright, they're chatting back and forth here. Ridiculous. When they should have told the guy to. They haven't even told us what the date and time is, so you can't look it up, right? We know the location, but there's no date and time in this whole thing. I don't think he even mentions it in the chat here. Nope. So it should have been one of the questions. Oh, have you checked it on Flight Radar? You know, Blatant Cousin's not going to do that, is he? That's why they're deceptive. It's all about clicks and making money.
This is a correspondence as we do it at Third Phase. We're happy to share the evidence as it comes in, whether.
You lying toad. They're quite happy to share your evidence without all information, so you can't debunk it. They're quite happy to make grift money. Grift.
We figured it out or not. Now, more footage just.
And according to Gufon, they don't need the grift because they're millionaires. Well, that's how they got their millions in the first place. Wasn't from the great movies they produce. So this one's interesting. At first I thought it might be a letter O balloon. We'll just keep watching. So you make a list as you're watching it, right? You always make a list. UFO is on the list to start with, unknown object. And then you gradually add other ones to it and you put the most favourable one that you think is at the top of the list.
Submitted to us. This is shocking footage. Right now I can't explain to you what we're looking at, and we're going to get some incredible imagery of the phenomenon. Listen.
Gotta be careful, music in the background. So yeah, could it be a letter O miler balloon that's just reflecting moonlight? Or the setting sun on it? Certainly spinning in a crazy way if it was. So I'm leading towards LED lights on some skin of a balloon or a kite at this stage, where you're getting the effect of it, but making that sort of ring pattern, and it's reducing the size of it and rotating it, and it looks three-dimensional when it's actually on a flat surface. So could it be someone that's flying one of these LED kites and someone's filming it, insert it into third phase, or is it first phase that actually made it and pretend to be sent into them, like we found on those documentaries made about them, where they pretend to they faked all those videos of car parts and whatnot, balloons. So let's see how it goes small. So can't be a balloon in the traditional sense, but it could be a balloon that's moving around, or a kite that's moving very fast, that's sort of tethered, that's got a light show happening on it. I wonder if we can find it. Pretty sure I've seen this on a kite, but why can't we see the kite? Well, it looks like there might be something there, right?
So when
no one's done any filters on it. Alright, we might have a filter now, but it might not be a very good one.
Yeah, Brent was sharing it with me.
Yeah, so it looks like it's forming a hexagon, a pentagon. 1, 2, 3. Is that because it's going out of focus? Could be an iris effect.
Just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I think it might be camera artifact, because it looks more around there.
I didn't know what to make of it, and
does look like there's some dark shadow behind, like a dark balloon canvas or a kite canvas.
Still at this moment have no idea what we're looking at. I added some stabilization, some enhancement.
enhancements are not that good. I wonder if we can improve on it. Probably need to take a frame of it. Need the untouched one probably. Looks like there's a line going up here. Isn't it? Is that a kite string that we're seeing? And you see, it looks like it's reflecting off something there. So what's this line going up here? Interesting. Let's just keep on playing it.
It's here to make out what.
Now we can't see the string, the straight line.
Whatever this anomaly is.
This is zoomed out. It looked like there's something going this direction, didn't it? Looks like it's a reflection of some of the light from the LED balloon. Or LED kite, I should say. Oh look, we saw it then. Probably have to step it. So they're not going to do that because it will give it away. Let's see. Can we see a cable? Looks like there's some cloud cover there in the background. Well, could it be a desktop thing with animation going on, which is on a clear, like a plastic, and they're just filming it up really close? And that could be the edge of it that we saw, the edge of the plastic. I'm just seeing if there's any clues where we see reflection or something. I don't think it's CGI, but there's some strange pattern happening here, right? See the little pattern there? And there. Just makes me wonder if it's some sort of LED thing on clear plastic. There's another fake sent into third phase, clearly. You see there's something going on there, see? Looks like the edge of something. Edge of something. Unless they're using that special filter that takes portrait and expands it, I'm not sure. Seems to be a lot of splash out and light here. See, it looks like a kite. See that there? 1, 2, 3, and it goes up a bit. Well, let's see what we can find online. Looks like one of those 3D. Let's see. Ring pattern LED kites. Could it be this thing here on a black kite? You ain't going to see the black kite. Let's see what images. I'm pretty sure we've seen that pattern before. I'm pretty sure it's recycled video. I'm pretty sure we've done it before. So here's a whole ring of LEDs. You could project it like a screen on a background of a dark kite. But it's got see that one? That's a true triangle, but if we go back to this one here, I don't know, it looks like it's reflecting off something, but it doesn't look like a triangle. It looks more like it's got little bits that go up. That's there. There's another spud cam low quality video. We need to probably see videos of various effects they do on kites. Light up kite. $120 lead. 2.7 meter kite. $120. Is that American? I was having for a video. Is it a video? No. Oh, there's the video. Let's just have a quick look at what's going on this one. There goes, pulsing in. It's not what we're after though. Yeah, that's not what we're after. It's not that one. Freeform. I'm not sure what to look for. Mini kites. See, that's what I was thinking about, like one of these plastic things with the LEDs. Let's have a quick look at that one. It's not what we're after, but let's just have a quick look what they're trying to promote here.
Hello.
Why does it put that up? So what's he doing? Don't know what he's talking about here. He's not showing us the product. Maybe he's talking about how it works. Okay. Alright. There's a plastic flame thing. That's not what we're after. If anyone out there has seen it, you know what I'm talking about, post it on the side. Well, you might need mod rights to do a post though, so. I don't know what you'd call it though. Let's just try lead rotating ring. Let's see what comes up with that one. Express lead rotating engagement ring. Not what we're after. Probably best to find it with images first, probably. Now you got these ring LED lights. I don't think it's that. Oh, what's that thing there? I've seen it before. I wonder if Scott Brando's got a post to it. Maybe he's done it too. I might already have something up. Pretty sure we've covered it before. It's really annoying. Let me just check Scott Brando. Do a search on his. If we find it straight away. UFO of interest. But yeah, it's a long shot, isn't it? No results. Have I got the right thing? Ring. Okay, we got high mass lights. Smoke ring? No. Smoke ring again. The con fraud UFO ring. What's this one? Proof is out there. Thinking Italy was just Venus out of focus. Yeah, I don't think that's what we're seeing. Oh, maybe. Maybe you can do it with zooming in and out. It would create a ring. Let's just have a quick look at that one. Does it play? Does it play? Could it be that he's zooming in and out and it's creating that ring pattern that dissolves into nothing? Looks like it's spinning though. It's possible. Let's just open that one up. Let's just check to see if it's not the same.
Oggetto volante.
Shall I look?
Then the light.
I've got to be careful here. I'll just step it, see what happens. Looks like it's deforming though. And he's moving. Does seem to shrink. Not sure if it's the same though. So we've got Venus. Goes to a point and he's moving all over the place. Normally you get a ring inside a ring, but a single ring I've never seen before, but obviously this is proof that you can get a single ring artifact. Oh, come on.
This video is just...
Is it? Does it get out of focus? Because I told you about the iris where it was creating a pentagon, right? 1, 2. This looks like it's doing the same. Maybe it isn't an LED saying they're actually filming a damn star. That's a Venus. Oh, that's a strange effect there. But it's because he's moving it as well. It's not quite a spinning though, is it? Let's go back to the other video again. It's not a perfect circle either, is it? It's kind of weird, but yeah. MJ Bananas. What would he know?
It is.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same, is it? Just shows you how you can use a camera artifact to make something look really strange. Okay, let's go back to the ears. Is it Venus they're filming in twilight? Looks like it's rotating.
Anomalous object.
What do you think, guys? What are you saying?
In the sky, again, donut shaped. It rings.
Okay. Kind of looks like it could be Venus, huh? And there's the ground level we're seeing there in the sky, and it looks like in the right position where you'd expect Venus to be. And it's just a camera artifact. Yeah, and they're zoomed right into it. That's why it looks so crap.
At one point as a perfect orb, and then it turns into this ring.
And because they're moving, you see it just then distorting.
Of fire, but again, I don't have any explanation. I've never seen it.
Well, Paul's found out the hard way by doing some research.
Thrown quite like this, Brent. What's your thoughts on this? Yeah.
See how it rotates there, though? Is it possible?
This is incredible technology. Could it be one of ours? We just don't know.
Could be Venus with a camera artifact.
Oh, look at this thing. It's like this elastic.
You know, I think it might be Venus, guys. There we go. And it's a lot better quality image than this one. That's probably why it looks good.
Rash of donut-shaped objects spotted in the skies over Italy.
Almost identical. There's the where it's not in out of focus. You know, it's Venus. It's Venus. There we go. Scott Brando had something there that's helped to solve it. And smoke rings. But I know I have seen it. Yeah, I forgot I did those ones. UFO. What did I do? I did a search thing on Demon. AI drew for Demon owes him and bitter old man. Alright. Don't sell out your morals for cash. Creepy, innit? UFO merged with the Demon inside him. Smoke rings. So what do you reckon? You reckon it's planet Venus there, Mike? You're still with us? How about Yaz? Is he still with us or is he falling asleep? Here's another one here predicting light in the sky. So that could be something like that even, you know, you could think about it, is it like a projection on a cloud? Because it looked like it was clouds, yeah. But it's not that good, is it? And there's another one. Still water, those lights were taken many times and often mistaken from those lights from Mystic Lake Casino. But I know I have seen one of these 3D clear things that you can have on your tabletop that does the spinning around and shrinking down effect toy. But yeah, that one is Venus. Who would have thought, huh? But I don't know what the toy's called, and we could spend ages looking for it, so I won't bother. But yeah, that one's solved. There you go. That easy peasy. And you can see it looks like the time when you'd film Venus when the sun's setting or early in the morning, because we've got again no date and time on this one. So there you go, Venus when it's actually in focus.
Stick.
And then it's going out of focus and moving the camera.
And that's doing these rotations and opening and closing with.
See that one there nails it being Venus for me.
These weird things that we've never seen before. This.
See, look, you can see the shape of the iris. A hexagon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Proves it's out of focus, right? Yeah, you learn something new every day. And there is again, natural above the clouds, Venus. This is why you got to use the apps, guys. You would have solved it in minutes if you had the date and time. You could see where Venus was. Just like I did on my live show with the Sky Watching, right? Someone figured out how to use digital zoom, maybe? Is that digital zoom at the same time? Creates all those strange artifacts. You're zooming in, moving it slightly. Then, bingo, you got a ring UFO. And there you got Michael Schratz, whose soldiers sold to the cousin bros, making them lots of money and himself lots of money in turn. Alright, so we're done with that one, by the looks of it. Yeah, life debunking. What's this one? Let's have a look at the clickbait. Craziest swarm of UFOs over Trinidad. Mind blowing. Let's go for the blowjob now. Here we go, Blake Cousins. And he's going to blow our minds. Sounds kind of kinky, doesn't it?
Full video submitted to us right here at Third Phase.
Oh, you turd. See, it's third face of the moon.
Brents call the Lost City. It's pretty.
Playing music in the background too. Lots of music. Let's get rid of that sucking noise. So, what are we looking at, guys? It's a TikTok video. We know about TikTok videos being all crap, fake stuff. So we're going to be looking at little dots moving in the clouds, which could be butterflies, birds, or balloons. Can you see anything yet, guys? I can't. Because it's going to be a portrait TikTok crappy video. Won't be the source file that it was made from. A lot of UFO scene. Trinidad. Hey? Scene? That's not how you spell scene. S-E-E-N. TikTok. I can't see any UFOs, so it could be fake as well. Probably wasting our time looking at this one. Is the cloud moving though, guys? Is it static, or are they actually filming the sky? Can we see any slight cloud movements? See them wobbling around. So is it CGI faked? No, we're not going to find out. I don't see anything in that. Oh god. Moving on again. Here we go. Oh. Why is it not zooming? My mouse is playing up. Okay, so it's pretty looking storm cloud. So a storm cloud like that, you expect lots of movement, right? In the clouds. And it kind of looks like two layers of clouds, and it's emanated like, but it's just moving around strange. Come on, there's got to be some cloud movement here. That's just wobbling around, simulating movement. It looks so fake. Ah, look, a little dot flash past there, I think. Alright, here's something moving slow. A dot. Yeah, my mouse is playing up. Probably, I forgot to put it on charge before the show. I know I forgot something. Any other dots? So is that cloud moving? Because you should see it dissolving and forming. And we're seeing a dot there. It could be a bird, it could be a balloon. It looks like two layers. It looks like a cloud layer behind that's moving this way, and a cloud that's sort of stationary. I think it's CGI. That looks like CGI to me. Because we're not seeing any movement. And that cloud there, and we've got a little dot coming across here now. And then you got something that went across really fast. And then you got one slow one there. I'm calling bullshit fake on that one. Sorry guys. That cloud's not moving right. Does it look like a normal cloud? Bit hard to tell, but it could easily be a real cloud with a fake UFO added to it. God, I hate the garbage that these guys put out. What crap, I suppose they got music.
But what we're looking at is a swarm of unidentified objects that's zooming in and out of...
Yeah, hoaxes. Probably them created a TikTok account to upload fakes to and say, oh, we found this one.
Backyard, Hawaii. We showed you the footage. It's legit.
Boring. No more UFOs. Just garbage. So that must be getting low on all those millions of people sending them new UFOs to promote. Of course, then they had that wildfires. That one? Is that the fires? What's it say? Yeah, more Maori historic town burnt down. What we got here? This one looks like another fake. Okay, let's go to it. I love watching fake phase of the faking moon. What would we do about all these fakes? Yeah, so it looks like a security camera. What else we got here? Is it a flagpole there? It's not very clear writing, but we got at least a time and date this time, but no location.
Orb, metallic in shape.
Orb. Do you see an orb? There.
Something is peculiar going on, and we're watching it.
Watching it with music, copyright music.
Right now in real time with you. Guys, give this a big thumbs up.
Ah, there it is. That looks so much like an LED balloon. Someone releasing it, but record it on the security camera, or got it on a fishing line. Here we go. That happened so fast.
Replay the video.
Alright, typical LEDs. It's like my disco lights.
Right now,
oh, come on, this is garbage.
take a closer look.
Alright, what's that look like, guys? It looks like a latex balloon. Do we see anyone below it, though? Yeah, it looks like they've got some sort of light fixture inside the balloon that's illuminating different colours. Remote control, you can, because radio signal can go through latex, right? Now let's just do it step by step. Yeah. Oh yeah, green, blue, purples. Yeah, it's going through all the different colour spectrums of an LED. Disco light. Yeah, that's what you can do with a helium balloon, a bit of fishing wire, and very cheap LED things. You know, probably cost them probably $10 to make it. Basically having that on a UFO channel, unless you're doing it as a laugh, or like I would do, I'd put it up there as a laugh and say, look at this garbage. Well, I'm doing that now, I guess.
Regards to some kind of surveillance program that is going on in Mexico.
So a helium LED balloon on a fishing wire is a surveillance drone.
Go right now. We have this sphere with green and red lights.
Oh, that's all colours actually if you look at it.
Hovering down in the garden and then immediately takes off. Is this some kind of prank or is this something legitimate?
Oh, I wonder.
Right now, this is the security
Third phase of fake
of what captured the phenomenon. We're doing an investigation.
Oh yeah, that looks like a really credible location for UFO sightings. Security camera.
Right now.
What is that, Mexico? Is it, Hey Me Miss Sun?
We're asking you to join us right here.
Oh no, it's got Christmas lights here. Going around the outside. Isn't it? Christmas lights? Look, there's a white bulb there too, but I don't think it's related to either of those. It definitely looked like a helium balloon being released. But you can see, yeah, it's not going to be anything to do with aliens.
Third phase of moon to ask the big question. Hopefully.
But could it be that white light that's got a disco thing in it? But why would it move upwards?
We could get answers to what's going on right now, but at the...
See, look, he's laughing. He's laughing. Give away, Blake, you con man.
Moment, we don't have the answers. We just are bringing you...
He's trying not to burst out laughing.
You the video evidence as we do right here at Third Phase.
Oh, you ass.
Asking the big questions. Are you
asking the real big questions, Blake? Are you really? That's why you have Dr. Greer on?
Alone in the universe? Are we looking at something that can't...
Are we alone with helium balloons or LEDs? Yeah.
Be explained? Brent, what's your thought process on this?
Oh, hang on. I'll think about it. Oh, yeah, it's not CGI.
Yeah, this one's a pretty good one right here, Blake.
Oh, this is really good, man. Pass me over the joints.
What I like about this is we're going to break it down. We're going to go through some analysis.
Are we going to break it down? Is it going to go pop?
We're going to look at it a little closer. We're going to slow it down. Jaime Maussan.
Jaime Maussan. I wasn't he joking. It had to come from that shill.
Gave this recently to us for us to break it down.
Jaime Maussan, you bloody asshole on ufology.
Down to the American audience right here. Again, look at what we're looking at right
there. That guy's made millions of dollars of crap. That, you know, if people believe this as a proof of alien contact, no wonder the human race is going to last another 1,000 years. Oh man, at least we get a good laugh at this channel. It should be, like I've always said, that their channel should be rebadged as UFO Tools, as in, has double meaning, right? Everybody knows what a tool is. Actually, maybe they don't. Let's actually look it up. Slang tool. USA tool. I wonder if it'll come up. Tool refers to a foolish person. So that would be a good name for their channel. Tool is an internet slang term that refers to an insecure person, usually male, who is controlled by others. That sounds like them. They're on the government payroll for disinformation. And they got to play the copyright music, so you can't copy their freshly new UFO content sending. Mike's having a laugh there. At least someone's having a laugh with me. How many people we got on? 2. They're missing the best bit.
This is catching me a little bit. We see it wobble. It has
that caught about the wobble. It couldn't be a balloon.
Some unsteady aspects to it that
it's got an unsteady head.
Remains subject. But then there's some really interesting things that happen right here.
Oh yeah, real interesting.
As it's dropping down to the garden, this is pretty compelling. We can see.
It's compelling, people. It's compelling.
Like this egg.
They should go to the UFO hearing and present their findings with Corbell. Oh, ufology is toast, man. It really is toast. The grifters. Here I am, doing a 4-hour show, not getting paid a cent. And these guys are just raking it in. Oh, it's amazing.
Shaped, which recently been talked about in the major media, this egg-shaped kind of new technology that's being.
I'm gonna die. I just can't play any more of this garbage. How can Goof on defend these guys still? You know, how can he get away with it? These says we're all attacking Goof on. Yeah, he's in league with the complete morons, the UFO tools online. He is a tool himself. So this is a surveillance drone of egg shape.
Been discovered over the past week, not Tic Tac, but egg shape. So
egg shapes, they're back. We're back with the egg.
This is what we're looking at right here. Again, we got the red, green, blue flash.
So, man, we should just create a new channel called Moko Third Phase or something like that, and just have a really good, get everyone get out beer and get pissed and have a good laugh at it all at their expense.
Lights, it's kind of reminds me of drone tech.
Imagine if Paul got drunk while watching Third Phase of the Moon. Man, that would just be hilarious.
Technology, but this doesn't look anything like it. This is pretty cool.
This is high technology, people, from China. It's one of those spy balloons. They put flash red lights on because the aliens want our attention.
Absolutely. Brent. What I'm looking at is means of propulsion. I'm not seeing any of it right now in this video. No indicators.
Yeah, it's called anti-gravity using buoyancy of helium.
Prop propeller blades, or this is a possible balloon. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, that's goof-ons out there. Well, Blake did actually mention balloon. After it snuck it in there, but no, they discounted it, so it's got to be a surveillance egg.
Could it be some kind of prank? Again, there's eyewitness.
Gonna be some prank. Oh, what would you have to think that's some sort of prank? Is it from Jaime Maussan by any chance?
Testimony via Jaime Maussan, who spoke to the well, definitely.
I gotta die.
To Jaime via the security cam footage.
Oh, we got some more from Jaime Maussan, or was it saying that?
Right now.
Oh, I can't carry on anymore, guys. This is
the
ended
apparatus,
now.
the technology that captured this, and I'm sure there's so much activity with.
Oh god, how many people like this one? 2K. There's 2K of UFO morons out there. I can't take it. 39,000 watched it. Okay, let's have a read of the comments. They're going to be hilarious. I'm surprised, Blake. So, what? Actually, something. Someone's going to be sensible. Didn't mention the stick coming out of the side of the bull. A stick and a bit of fishing wire. Is it? Oh, right. So they've probably got it on a long stick, is what they're saying, is it? You can see it really clearly. I didn't actually see the stick. I'm too busy crying. The UFO clowns. Situation in Peru rings not only legit but terrifying. Yeah, it's like the one with the Venus. Very scary. Remember that you don't attract what you want. Demons! Please stay. Save everybody in Hawaii. Yes! With balloons! For all those balloons that'll put out all the fire. Tell me you something. If there is one time in your life you need to get up off your A. They're all talking about the fire, not the orb. To give more context to the video of the orb, the guy that owns the video has captured this orb on other occasions. Is that the Venus guy? Or is that the balloon one he's talking about? Sometimes really high up in this air. You know what I mean, like a balloon. Or Venus. I just did some digging on the proof thing. And something definitely weird is going on. Which one was that one? Trinidad? Is that Peru? So that would be the CGI fake with the little dots. That's what they're talking about there, I think. Trinidad? Is that Peru? I don't know. Trinidad and Tobago. Generally considered to be part of the West Indies. Country capital port of Spain. Is that what they're talking about? That's not Peru, is it? It's over this way. Yeah, it's down, getting down in South America there. Oh, I can't read the screen because my eyes are watery from laughing. Is that Peru? I don't know what they're talking about now. Oh yeah, it's come up. Peru, Trinidad. There you go. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't know. Let's bring it up on the map. What start to do some learning. There's Peru. And Trinidad's on the other side, so I'm not sure. Unless there's another Trinidad. I don't know. Sometimes you get two places with the same name, right? In the first video, okay, I'm just trying to think. An orb lowers towards the bottom of the screen. Oh yeah, that's the balloon, right? That's what about the balloon. When it flashes, you can see a stick coming out from the upper left side. Well, I didn't see that. I was too busy laughing at it, but let's have a look.
With regards to the phenomenon that people don't even realize.
Okay, can we see a stick? Does look like there's a shadow there, is it? Oh no, that's cable, isn't it?
What they're filming.
I suppose you might have to run the filters on it, which they haven't done. Must be a frame there. I didn't see it. Oh. Do you see the stick that's on that left side? Gotta be that side. So out of camera sight, you see. Then they flick it upwards.
The question is, what's going on? Let's listen to the eyewitness testimony. It's in Spanish. If you guys want to translate.
I'm a hoaxer. I'm a hoaxer trying to make some money off Jaime Mazzani. He's going to give me $300 for this great UFO video.
Pero por alguna razón captó
Listen.
La luz de colores.
I see in a car. Seeing a cable. Do we see a stick?
¿Qué te puedo decir?
I'm not seeing a stick, but it might be there.
Ahí la esfera va muy
Yeah, it looks like someone's off the screen playing around, doesn't it?
pegada a la pared. Va pegadísima a la pared.
I'm just faking this for a bit of cash, mate. Okay, do we see the stick coming up? See the LED light blinking on through different colours. I think when it shoots upwards, that would be where it gives away. But then, was that just them just releasing the blue from the stick, if that's the case? Yeah, I'm not seeing a stick. Is it there? Something happening over here. Oh, we can spend ages at this stuff, can we? Should never ever be on a YouTube channel anyway. Unless you're doing it for laughs. What's that there? Still not seeing the stick myself, but I think it needs to be lightened up. UFO coming down. So they must be running out of material. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, could have been there. Let's just go back. Do you see any stick? Could be there. Funny how it's always off half the screen, isn't it? So someone's got it on a stick, flicking it upwards, and not actually releasing it. Could be a stick there for you. Yeah, I don't know. Gonna have to. Does look like there could be a hand there or something. But anyway, doesn't matter. What a garbage thing. That was a good laugh though. Clowns. Welcome to Clown Third Phase and Goof on University of Clowns. It's still going on. 7 minutes into this. 8 minutes. And now what we're up to. Is it the same story?
They're attacked.
Oh no, they're talking about the stupid alien one in Peru. Oh, is that what they're talking about down in the comments? They're talking about that stupid fake staged alien attack. Not Trinidad, so... different locations.
Attacking them, they're peeling faces.
Now I understand. So, are they going to debunk it? Nah. Well, isn't that the guy being arrested? Isn't that the same picture I saw where they're arresting illegal miners?
Just kind of give her.
That's where they find a cuffed up body. So they haven't done an update. That's all. They haven't done the update story on that. That was the latest video too, wasn't it? Was it? I'll go back and find out. So they're still playing it. 12 minutes in. That's like a big rift there. They're not even taking the piss out of it or doing any analysis, and then they're repeating that one again. So a whole episode there just to grift some money using fake stories. So whereabouts was that one? Was that one? Was it? Oh no, it was this one. So yeah, it's not the latest update. So they haven't done any updates saying it's debunked then. I was thinking Trinidad up here. I was thinking of that one. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's have a look. Have we done this one? Is it going to be funny? Oh, I got that stupid music though.
3,000 likes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it looks like it's blinking like every second. Could be a plane. Or a drone.
It's moving like a drone, isn't it? But
yeah, a drone.
Hell of a long range on it. Why would they have a flashing light?
So they use it as warning lights on drones, but could be a plane in the distance. If it's like 1 second, I think it is, so we can say it's FAA lights.
So you can see where it is.
It's out of focus there.
Like a red light or something, isn't it?
A red light would be a plane then.
That looks fast.
Helicopter in the distance. Another garbage video, right? Again, no flight radar, no date and time. That's moving quite fast though. But it doesn't rule out being a fighter jet plane. Helicopter, it's moving too fast, and it could be one of those drones. They do move quite fast, especially the racer drones. Could be an RC toy. What garbage again?
Right, let's roll this.
Yeah, it's just got an LED pulsing light on it so they can see where it is. Probably got a camera on it, probably.
Once again, we have a side-by-side
Looks like every regular interview pulsing.
comparison. I zoomed.
Could it be a fighter jet? Yes, it could be.
The frame to the right, about 200%, added some brightness contrast so we can see whatever this anomaly is.
Did it go? Yeah, I think that was roll shot effect. It looked like it went over.
As we see it.
And now it disappears.
Quickly traverse right to left at an extraordinary amount of speed, comes to a standstill, and just kind of blinks. This is...
Is it a standstill or is it just a plane, fighter jet plane going away? Then coming back and then zooming along.
Very unusual cap.
Again, this is why you need to use the apps, guys, and we need the date and time, and you can eliminate that. Mike's still with us here. You're not gone to bed yet. What's the time over there? 3 in the morning. I will wrap up in a minute, though. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to go through all those other tabs. And I think I've got to wrap it up now and go get something to... Oh, 2 o'clock. Oh, yeah, better go get something to eat. But yeah, we'll just wrap it up on this third phase of fake stuff. So that could be anything from drone to plane, fighter jet, I mean, or possibly even faked. You just don't know on this channel, right?
Has the people...
Didn't we just look at this one with Scott Brando with the casino lights?
On the ground in this traffic.
It is, isn't it? It looks like actually it looks kind of like something you'd see in Vegas, like one of those V-shaped towers, restaurant thing maybe, or a signpost.
Building up.
But that could be in that casino one, is it?
In the night sky, something is being projected into
the
night sky, or is...
Look at all the bright lights here. Looks like it's coming from there.
There's something actually hovering up there. That's the...
Yeah, it's aliens.
Question, right? Yeah, I'm leaning towards new...
Could it be a high light, mate? Because these seem to be
projection technology.
Oh, it's protection technology. It's blue beam.
China. This is kind of happening
China.
a lot in that.
Yeah, it looks like a high mass light to me.
Area. Is this what we're looking at? It's still a neat sighting because we've never seen anything like this.
Okay, it's garbage in it. Okay, let's just move on. What do you reckon it is, guys? Building, Chinese building with lights on it. High mass light. It's not going to be aliens. It's not going to be anything useful for solving UFO mystery. Hey, on to the next one. Yeah, they got the music again. Well, I don't really care about it anymore. I'm making a few cents of videos if they want to claim. Kind of get sick of all this copyright nonsense. And it's fair use as far as I'm concerned. We got to make fun of circus clowns.
I'm almost even thinking about putting it up on third phase.
Okay, so we got a piece of sky debris of some sort, like a balloon.
But then when I did the
right, so here we go.
enhancement to get a closer look and see the flight maneuvers, this anomaly, this object.
God, he's so full of BS, this guy, isn't he?
It's quite amazing.
Yeah, look, he's laughing. He knows what it is. Oh, someone's flying a kite.
That's why we're going to show it to you. Look at this.
Oh, look at that. Someone's got a drone.
Boom! It's out of frame again. Aside,
could it be a bird even?
By side comparison, and this thing moves again at a rapid rate of speed. Comes to a standstill again.
Is it simply a bug?
And we're not seeing any manipulation here. So far, all the videos that we're putting up.
Okay, so it looks like it's being filmed through a window or something there, isn't it?
Tonight's episode, we're
reflection on a window. What's going on here?
gonna call it. They're legitimate. We call it the way we.
It looks like that branch there is moving that light source.
Look at this.
There.
It just parks it, and then Brent, watch this.
See that there? Is that through a window? It has to be. Look, do it on the window. Look, do it on the window. That's the original one here. Oh look, I saw it then.
Boom! There it goes. It kind of.
So they're filming it through a house window in stupid portrait mode.
It leaves a tell. It almost you could almost see it.
It leaves a streak, you know, camera artifact.
It like blink in and out. That was
Is it simply a bug or a bird?
kind of interesting too. Could that just been some sort of frame rate, and the frame rate kind
of looks like it could be bug or a bird.
I missed it and dropped it.
Yeah, it looks like a bird.
So right now we're looking at this again. When I first saw this, I thought, could this just be a?
Could it be a bird?
Drone. And you know what? It's
a drone.
It's a possibility. The person that films it, he.
Did I see the wings flap then? Let's just go back. Let's have a look. Looks like a wing open. Is it a kite? And then they skydive it. Looks like a kite, doesn't it? Is it a drone? Yeah, it could be a kite. Yeah. Did I see a kite tail then? So that might be the streak you were seeing. Could be a kite tail. Come on, I've zoomed away now.
Look, and that's when this thing just darts.
I don't know, it could be a bee. Bees hover like that, don't they? The bumblebee outside the window.
It's just standing steady.
But again, it looked like a kite.
Right there in the sky. And then.
Because it's zoomed out, we can't see the shape.
And it makes it move. And it just drops. And
which you can do with a kite, right? One of those acrobatic
it leaves kites, a tail behind it.
Which could be a kite tail. But anyway, it's just more garbage.
Pretty interesting stuff right there.
Interesting. Really interesting. That's why they come to Third Face, for the interesting stuff. We come for a good laugh, and so we can't see what we're doing from the tears in our eyes.
Yeah, the more further enhancement that I do on.
And where do I read that somewhere that someone was saying Third Phase are the best? Was it on Goofon? Oh, it probably was actually.
This video.
One of the side people saying, "Oh yeah."
No, it seems to me that there's something that seems peculiar. This is out of the ordinary.
How can they dribble on so much crap out their mouths? It's just amazing, isn't it?
This isn't something you see every day. Again,
no, you don't see kites every day. No.
Rate of speed, and I'm not seeing any prop propeller blades. This thing is kind of like.
Oh yeah, that's a propless kite.
Morphine, and again the enhancement.
You know, probably if it's in Hawaii, this is probably filmed in Hawaii, right? It's probably them filming it. It's probably one of those beach kites they use for paragliding, right? Along the sand, pulling them along the sand or the sea.
Showcases that this isn't something
But would they have it that high up? Probably a fishing kite.
Symmetrical or geometric. It seems almost organic.
It's a geometrical, like kite, you mean? It's organic.
Again, we've got a lot of
what? So that means it could be a bug or a bird to them if it's organic.
videos. Here's something from the Third Phase of Moon archive. Watch.
Ah, right, some CGI or some car parts. Let's have a look. So who wants to take bets what it's going to be next? Come on, guys. 1, car part. 2, kids toy. 3, CGI. Well, I suppose really everything would be CGI with car parts even. So we'll scrub that one. Car part. Kids toy coming up. Bird. A kite. A balloon. A balloon is very common with this channel. It's going to be a tricky one. What fake we're going to see? I'm going to go with maybe between a car part and a kid's toy. Let's say a model or something. Let's say a kid's model. Okay, let's see how it pads out. Third phase. Here we go. Here we go. What's it going to be? A UFO? But what?
Broad daylight sighting, just like this, really gets us excited.
This is some fake that Brent made.
Right here at Third Phase of Moon.
Goofon reckons they don't fake anything, but they're recycling fakes all the time.
We're looking over very closely and we see no CGI whatsoever.
No CGI, guys. The experts have told you. And there are no experts, they said this year, though, or last year, wasn't it?
Well, it could be a drone in disguise, but...
Come on, give us a close-up. What is it going to be?
It's being captured right here.
Is it a balloon? Here we go! So what is it, guys? What do you reckon? CGI? Is it a car part? Is it a kid's toy? Looks like something from Mr. Ed. What's that guy they used to have on? Don't know if it's a car part, but it could be a kid's toy or something. With some LEDs on it. Yeah, definitely LEDs on it.
An extreme close-up. Let's pause
It's Billy Meyer.
the video. Zoom up on this thing. We have Brent Cousin.
We have Brent Cousin here. He's the one that made it. Could be a car part. What do you reckon? What do you reckon it is, guys? What do you call it? Thermostat? Is that the thermostat one? Thermostat, and they've glued some LEDs on it with a little battery in it. Looks like a thermostat from a car, doesn't it?
Here, I want to get his opinion of what we're looking at. What was captured? Like, I know drones are being disguised nowadays that you basically can't even make out what they are.
Let's see, it's from the archives, so nowadays I'm not sure what year it was. And what was the title on this one? UFOs off the hook. We just happened over our planet. Can't be explained. Well, they have to watch the Out There channel. We can explain it. This is definitely a fraud one. They've taken a background of a graphic scene in Hawaii somewhere and then added a car part by the looks of it that they've modified.
They could be shaped into any form you basically could imagine.
We saw a bug fly past here that adds legitness to it. But did that bug, so yeah, you can just overlay a video over a video, right? Let's notice whereabouts it is in the sky.
These guys said they heard no sound, and it was only basically, they said about...
So all this light source here, you'd expect this thing to be overexposed, like the clouds, right? So the sun looks like it's coming down on this angle here. the light source is in the wrong place, right? It's all dark. So we know it's a fake just by the lighting alone.
A couple hundred.
This must be where Brent was learning how to do FX, CGI, work with models.
Yards away.
So they put LEDs on it. That brightness is the LEDs, not actual. It's spinning with the sun off it. But to me, it looks like the sun's definitely up this way, not this way, because that cloud's too dark here. Oh God, look at it.
Again, with the close-up, we see no prop blades. What?
Oh yeah, real good. Made it extremely blurry there, Brent, on purpose.
However, no rotary blades that you
And now it's coming into
would
focus.
see in a drone.
Is it on a fishing wire? How are they doing it? See, I always like to see how they faked it. Am I seeing a glint of a wire there? I saw a flash there. But my eyes are pretty crap now though. Yeah, it'd be on fishing wire, I think. Billy Meyer, they learnt a lot of Billy Meyer. No wedding cake UFOs here, just thermostats. Oh, look at that. Why does it do that? Eh? What's going on there? Highly suspect. Can't keep it in focus. I think they must have blurred it out there. They must have given away something. See how they blurred out that frame? See, something happened there that gave it away. So I had to get rid of it. Delete those 3 frames. It's probably where the fishing line glinted. Right? Alright, got rid of that.
What are we looking at here?
Ah, that's his hand getting in the way. Now that makes more sense.
It's really too steady, I believe, as well, to be some kind of mylar balloon just hovering there. There seems to be some kind of wind going on.
I can see it's a car part.
This would be a balloon.
You know, a car thermostat. I've covered these ones before. I think it's the same one. Well, very similar to the one. Car thermostat. There we go, UFOs. So they're just taking something like that and modified it with some LEDs. But that's not that one's actually got holes in it. It could be something more like that one there. Let me just see if we can get some images up. Yeah, make really good UFOs. There's the bronze ones. Just take off the bottom bit. They used to drive around in Jeeps. They've probably got some Jeep thermostats for it. There's going to be some car part like that though. Let's have a look at it go.
Oh, this is something else. Ocean there seems.
Missed it. Right. I don't know if I can stand any more of this one. What have we got? Fata Morgana. Or something on the horizon, like a ship coming towards. I don't know. But anyway, car part. don't think it's those type of thermostats. Yeah, there's an interesting one there. Let's try from Jeep. Less pointy. Two thermostats joined together. Take that bottom bit off and then paint it with gold. Let's have a look. Looks pretty good. Get rid of that ring. What else we got? That one looks too high. There's another angle of it. I think it's too high. I don't know. What else could it be? Thermostat. What else is similar to a thermostat? Car parts. Fuel pump. It looks like a UFO. It really does. Close encounters of the Jeep kind. Here we go. Got a collection of them. Oh, look at that one. I've seen that one on third phase before with the holes. That one's too pointy. And you can see they do come in brass colours. It's gonna be something like that, isn't it? Maybe turned upside down. I'd like to know if they ever come clean and actually tell you how they faked it. That would be really interesting. I think that'd be more interesting, actually. But anyway, I don't know if I can stand anymore. I've got to wrap up now. Don't know what we're looking at here. I think that's in the past too. I remember doing that one. Wasn't it near a naval port? And they have these really high, what do you call it? Towers on the ship, so you only see the top bit because it's over the horizon. You know, I've covered it before. What do you call it? Aircraft carrier or battleship. Battleship. What do they call those things on them? Not crow. Yeah, it'll come to me eventually. You know, they have these great big tall masks heading towards you, like that there, alright? What do they call those, that big stack there? That's what they're seeing. You're not seeing the rest of the ship, right? That's what I believe it is, but I don't know what they call it. These big stacks they have of the radars on it. I think I debunked that one in the past, and that's what I said it looks like. It's one of those stacks on a naval ship.
What is going on over there off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia, next to the...
Okay, Norfolk. Okay, is that naval port there? Virginia Navy base. Let's have a look. Surprise. Is that what we're looking for? Norfolk Naval Station. Virginia. VA, there you go. VA, that's Virginia, is it? What's the name of the base in Virginia? There you go. Easy solved. And look, they have these big ships. Naval. Okay, let's see what pictures we got. I'm so good at this stuff. I really am. Ah, look, they got the aircraft with the big stacks on them. That's probably what you're seeing. Yeah. What's the aircraft carriers? Any battleships? Submarines? Aircraft carrier. So if you don't see the rest of that, you see that sticking up. That's what you're looking at. Solved. Easy peasy. You just have to look on the map, suss it out.
This naval military base, who knows?
Oh, right, they even say it after.
I would start looking over there as well, and if you're in this close proximity to this location, please
see, he knows it's Fata Morgana.
Have your eyes on the coastline of Norfolk and let us know if you see anything, because we got a feeling this isn't the only capture. Now, more videos into third phase. This one, it's a good one. Watch.
Ooh, are we filming? We could see something in front. Trees? Oh, they filming the moon. With some strange filters. I got stupid music, man. Keep forgetting about the music. What are we looking at here, guys? Two lights separating. Could it be CGI? It looks. How come all this is blurry, but they're nicely in focus? Is it something on a window? No, that's something passing behind. It's something out of focus. So, what are we looking at? CGI? I think so. Won't be too hard to mask that out in CGI software. See, look how in focus it is, and they can't get this other stuff in focus. It's not going in and out where the guy's trying to focus in. Yeah, it's just garbage, isn't it? Garbage, 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 garbage. So I thought you'd be clever and send it into third phase. Oh, did third phase Brent make it? Who knows? You're not hoaxes. Oh no, not that. Okay, I'm done. I can't stand that guy. Greer, he just talks pure garbage out of his mouth and makes millions of dollars doing so. I feel sorry for ufology. That's so toast. Anyway, guys, I hope you had a bit of life like I did. Say good night now. Oh, it must be like 5 hours. It feels like a long time. When did I start? 11? Yeah, it's getting on a bit anyway. Take care on the roads. I'm gonna go now. Disappear. CGI. He ain't gonna disappear, look. The computers are running a bit slow then. Oh. You don't need to be drunk because you get such laughs from third phase of the fake. You don't need alcohol for that. Here we go. They're trying to sue me now. They're trying to copyright claim me. I think the rest of you guys fell asleep anyway. Try and do another night watch show as soon as we get some good clear skies again. Coming up, we have more. Yeah, I gotta finish off all the other topics there. Been pretty busy, though, doing other stuff. As usual. And wasting lots of money on things. Like food. It's a shame that we didn't get the Shogun today. Anyway, good night. I'm gonna end it there. I'll be coming up 4.5 hours. Oh, that'll do. Another long one.